Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
When your curveball's stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race, one man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, curveball, and workers, they are at his command. But oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Deej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can. Turbo stuck in space, or you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, curveball, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but each always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, he's always so extreme. I'm not a good
So, how long were you working on the car, talking and wondering why chat wasn't discussing what you were doing?
All right, what's going on, everybody? Did you see that Ship 38 has what looks like fuel transfer equipment on it? I have not seen that, dude. Sorry about that, dudes. I forgot to hit the live button because I was like, I had like a vision, dude. I had a vision for building something on the car, like the bracing. It came to me in a dream. No joke, last night. I'm like, oh, why the hell didn't I think of that during the freaking stream? Didn't include us. Chat was in the vision, yes. No, I came up with a better idea for how to brace the back of the car. Yeah, I'll tell you about it when I get out in the shop. I started building it. I started building it with the welder and everything. Like, I went out to the garage, I'm like, this morning I got out to the garage early and I'm like, oh, we should build that. We should build it. Let's do it. The SBMTs in the mud were insane. Yeah, that happens. Sent you a photo on Discord. Did you finally go with the Chevy design? Do you even have your license, Graham? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it definitely does. Ship 38's a fuel. Yeah, that's definitely what that looks like, dude. You have a permit, so no, you don't have your license. Okay, cool. Yeah, come back and try to give me crap about my choice in automobiles when you have your license. Okay. I noticed that. There's multiple people that are big Chevy fans in chat that don't have their license. That's really funny. All right. Anyway, sorry. Now that we have the banter out of the way, let's get out in the shop and get to work. Paul McCartney wrote yesterday in a dream. Dude, yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of this, but yeah, it's gonna be sick. This is a Ford in Mopar zone. Oof, the hair. Why oof? I shaved it. Hey. Well, not shaved it. I have a buzz cut. It's a very, very faint buzz cut. And now, see, now you can't tell that. Oh no, you absolutely still can. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going bald. I'm just too tall for my hair. I miss the sunglasses and the hat. And I miss Kerbal 2 actually being worked on. But you can't always get what you want. Okay. Say my name. Heisenberg. You're gosh dang right. Yes, science, Mr. White. Alright, anyway. Let's jump out into the shop. I'm already running a little behind schedule. Too soon. You went there, dude, not me. You did this. You did this. We didn't listen. All right, we're going out in the shop. If it decides to load. There we go. All right. Let me hook up all the cameras, get everything ready to go out there. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. How is it today? Good? Bad? Ugly? Let's go. Good? 5x5? Ugly? Well, you didn't have to say it. Jeez. ARJ with $50 super chat. Tried to sneak that by me when when I was walking out to the garage. Is that how it is? What we doing today? We're doing stuff. There's a bit of a delay. Clap was one clap behind. Okay, cool. I will fix that right now. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. How are we doing now? Yeah. I don't know. Like, I restart OBS every day on this computer to avoid that problem. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. I don't really understand why that's a thing, but whatever. All right, so. Hi. Welcome to part 11, Crew Cab Charger. We're out here working on this today. I had this really, really good idea in a dream here. Well, I mean, I'm just going to put this welding jacket back on here in a second. But I had this really cool idea. And you know what the idea is? So there's this thing called the ground. See that? It's down there. See this? It's really solid. And I know it's level. This building was made in 2021. It's level. It's very level. I even put a level down there just to be sure. It's pretty dang close. So, I had this weird idea. You know what the weird idea is? Why don't I use the ground to hold up the back of the car? We did talk about this yesterday, and for some reason I was like, you know what, we don't need to do that. You know, that's not the ground, that's the deck. We're on land, John. So, I had this crazy idea of building a structure out of metal that goes based off of our trunk bracing, which we know is solid and we know it's straight, that goes up over the car and down and basically picks up on the ground. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Like, I guess I'm still wrapping my head around what you can do with a welder, and the answer to that is you can literally do anything with a welder. You can make whatever you want, right? So what I started doing, and this is why I was late, was I started making the parts to do that, and I totally lost track of time. Totally lost track of time. So I got my welder out, we got the magnets out, and I went to the hardware store and bought, I have heavier metal stock here. We have 6 feet of tube stock here. And by the metal store, I went to the hardware store, right? So we have 6 feet. See, I'm 6'4", so, you know, right? You'd need to move the stands off of the axle since the suspension will move as you move the weight. Well, Mutter, this is not necessarily for the frame rails just yet. It could be though. What I'm going to do, I'm really worried about the quarters, because if we go to cut the trunk pan out of this thing today, well, see, this quarter moves because it's not anchored into anything. It's just hanging in free space back here. So I was thinking, we took our measurement from the leaf spring perch to here, and we know where that needs to be, right? We know it's home. We know where the measurement is. So why don't I bought this stock, and why don't I just weld the piece in place so this thing doesn't move? Brace it on the ground, right? So I made a point steel stands. You remove the trunk pan and the body will raise. Yeah, I'm not at that point yet, but yes, you're right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the sprung weight is no good. Because, yeah, we're removing doo-doo caca poo-poo out of the back of the car. Dropping the rear axle seems like or at least undoing the leaf spring shackles seems like a better and better idea by the day. That's probably what I'll do. We'll probably drop the rear end today. That's a good point. But yeah, so what I can do is if I build a lattice, a 3D lattice around the outside of the car, right? And it goes down to the floor, picks up on the floor, that's no problem, right? And then what I could do is we could build lattice work underneath here and attach it to the frame rails. Like we could go underneath where the trunk extension would be, right? So we could put a piece here and then put a piece here and then angle it up into a good piece of the frame rail so I know it doesn't move. I think that's a good idea. That's a lot of fabrication work though. Wouldn't you want to hold up the back end versus hanging it? Well, we could go underneath, dude. The quarters I want hanging. I mean, there's nothing for them to pick up on. And once I cut this trunk extension out, this one is not going to be solid anymore. It's really going to be flopping in 3D space. This one's already flopping around in 3D space, and I don't like it. We were trying to figure out a way to brace the quarters up and down. So why don't I just make a thing that braces it up and down off the floor? We know the floor is level. Seems like a lot of work, but I'm not exactly sure why would we need to do it? I thought the floor was lava. Well, yeah, that's why we're putting the metal down on it, so we don't have to step on it. I got a steel-toed boot, so I'm good. Should we be hearing Starbase live? I mean, no, I have it on. I have it on at the start for audio checks. But the audio checks are good. Why is it not good how it is now? Well, it's not that it's not good how it is now, dude. That's not... Let me show you. So, this is decent, but look, Shaw, check this out. See this? See the floppy? You don't want that. That's bad. This thing needs to find a home, and it needs to find its permanent spot in 3D space. Okay? In Kerbal, I could just, if it was the SPH, we could just put it here. We wouldn't need to worry about bracing or strutting or anything. It's just measuring at that point, and it just kind of sits here in 3D space, and everybody's happy. Right? We don't want that. That would be bad. Hang on one sec. I need to see how that thing gets in there. Oh, okay. See this? Even a little flap like this is bending the entire lattice. I need this thing anchored, especially... Now, okay, the reason why I want to do this, right, is because when we go to cut this trunk pan out, we are removing pretty much the entire structure. We're moving any rigidity that this had. Like... We're removing any rigidity that this had in it at all. And yeah, we can't have that. So that's why we got to get rid of the sprung weight, like Mutter was saying. That's correct. And once again, I don't know why I didn't think of this yesterday. Like, I don't know why I didn't think of this. Like, I suppose just as I wrap my head around doing this more, like, picture this like our SPH, right? I'm figuring out the editor controls, so to speak. Oh my, it's changed. Yeah. Yeah. So, what I'll do is I'll make a lattice that picks up off this. I already welded these tabs in. I cut up some stock and I welded these vertical pieces in right here. And that can hold this thing in 3D space, which is what we want. I'm going to have it go out and over and down. And then if we do this right, we can make it go down and we can make it go under as well. And if we make the thing go under, right, then we can pick up on the frame rails. I think that'll work. I mean, yeah. So then when we go to cut the structure out, yeah, it'll be all right. It's got no rear, dude. I was looking at the sill plate. Like, my sill plate up here, the flange for the plate looks like Swiss cheese. We got to repair that, but we can do that. We'll do that later. We'll do that when it's time to put it back in. Yeah. So that's kind of what I want to do. We really need to brace this thing up before we, yeah, we gotta brace it. At least something. At the very least, just put a bar underneath the frame rail or the leaf spring perch, put a bar underneath it, just going down to the ground. I suppose we could just do that. That would be okay. Just a bar hanging like off the end of the frame rail. But that doesn't get us much triangulation left to right. But it could if I put a crossbar across that. So yeah, what we've got to do is I got to build more structure into this. This is no good. This is bad. I should have thought about that. But it's okay. We took the measurements, so we're all right. If we didn't take the measurements, we'd have a big problem here. Does the frame rail not run the length of the car? No. No, it does not. The frame rails go, I'll show you. So this is a unibody. The frame rail isn't really a frame rail. It's just a stamped piece of 16 gauge steel that looks like a frame rail. That doesn't carry the entire structure like it would on a body on chassis car, right? It does not do that. It carries some of the structure, which is why, like with a unibody, the rest of the car carries the rest of the structure. So Chrysler could afford to make smaller frame rails. They're easier to make, easier to manufacture because you could just stamp it, right? So the frame rails on this car go to about here. They go to about halfway up the rear door. Now, how they did this, it's very interesting. You know, like if you picture a Chevelle frame in your mind, that has the two frame horns up on the front, right? And then the frame rails go down and then they go out, right? And they go to the edges of the car and then they come back in over the rear end, right? It's a Chevelle frame, pretty straightforward stuff. That's what this does, but with a unibody. So the frame rails end, they end right here at the rear sill pan, right? And then there is a cross member right here that goes across the entire car. And the frame rail terminates at that cross member, and the cross member goes out to the rockers. The rockers in this car carry your structure. So the rockers, once again, are two pieces of 16 gauge steel. They look, the inner and outer rocker look like a C, like C's, like this, right? And then they go together and they pinch weld it. They spot weld the pinch on the top and on the bottom, right? So the frame rail ends here. There's a cross member there, and then there's the torque box. Well, not a torque box. It's the rear leaf spring perch right here. So the front cross member attaches to the front of the rocker, and then at the leaf spring perch, you have some triangulation down there with the wheelhouse to basically make two areas of attachment. So you're not confident the rear frame rails will hold up the tail end of the car. It's not that, dude. I'm confident these frame rails have enough structure in them. I really think that they do. It's more about making sure that they're in the right spot. They're in the same spot. I don't need to take the structure out of the car and have the frame rail sag, even like a quarter of an inch. Quarter of an inch, it'll throw everything else out of alignment back here. We've got to be very careful about that. Don't get me wrong, I like a back end that jiggles, just not on a car. Yeah, here, let me show you something real quick. Give me 1 second, I gotta answer a message. Give me 1 moment, dudes. Then I'll show you the B-body chassis. Give me 1 second. Talking to Sawyer about Starbase plans. I don't think he's going to go, but I'm trying. I'm working on it. Okay, cool. All right, sorry, I needed to shoot off a Discord message. There, all right, so. All right, here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's see if the camera decides to work today. Nope, no, it didn't. This camera hates me. Whatever, my desktop camera isn't working. Hello, I heard you got the light bulb in the dream world. Yes. So see what I'm talking about? There's the rear leaf spring perch, and then there's a cross member that goes to the front of the frame rails, and the entire rear pan kind of holds that whole thing together. And then the trunk pan holds the panels together on the back. See what I'm talking about? So it's it's engineered kind of like a chassis, but it's not. The chassis is integrated into the car. But you can see that they did chassis it to an extent. See what I mean? So yeah, I'm starting back here. We got to rebuild all this structure back here. But removing the trunk pan, there's no structure left to keep our frame rails true. That's what I'm worried about. Jack seemed to think the construction along Highway 4 between Starbase and Launch Complex was for a bike path. Yeah, maybe. 70 Nova. There you go, Jay Hardy. Right on. There you go. I got my old Mopar here. I'm just gonna try and fix. It's rusty, but they all are, right? So, yeah, that's what I'm working on. Do you still have stands under the front part of the frame rails or under the rockers? I do not have any jack stands on the rockers right now. I have jack stands on the front of the rear frame rails and the rear of the front frame rails right now. I forgot to pick up better jacks for that. Crap. Yeah, oh well. We'll keep going. So yeah, I want to build out some structure. We're going to build out some structure for the top to make sure that this stuff doesn't move. And then B, I have to find something to put down there. I have the tube stock that should be fine. We could cut the tube stock and just weld it underneath on a good part of the frame rail, or at least on the leaf spring perch, because that's where the car picks up the rear suspension. So load is being transmitted through the rear leaf spring rails. So, should be okay. My project is a 73 Scout with wiring issues. Yeah, that happens. So wouldn't that be a sufficient fulcrum to hold the back end, or is it that heavy? I'm not really understanding what you're saying. The front of the car being a fulcrum to hold the back of the car together? Once again, it's not, I keep saying structure, dude, but it's not about structure. At this point, it kind of is, but it's more about making sure that if we cut out all this stuff, that the leaf springs stay straight. That's it. Like it's not, yeah, I get you. I know you're not like, well, you should do it this way. I know that's not what you're doing. I get it. Sorry, that lug was almost out. No, this is more about triangulation of the rear structure more than anything. That's all. So, our plan of attack today, first thing I'm going to do is work on the bracing for the rear quarters. We'll work on the bracing for the rear quarters first. I'll build that. That shouldn't take too long. We just got to make the parts, that's all. And then make sure that the quarters are okay. Make sure that they're nice and solid as best as we can, right? And then after we do that, after we make sure that this stuff is not moving, it's not going to move around at all, then we'll drop the rear end. We'll work on what Mutter was saying. So Mutter, let's develop that. Let's get a plan of attack there. So undo the rear leaf spring shackle, drop the rear end. We can undo the drive shaft, I guess, too. Drive shaft separated, undo the rear leaf spring shackles, set it down. We could just we don't even need to undo the whole thing, right? We could just set it down. That's not a big deal. That shouldn't interfere with stuff too much. The brake lines and everything should be okay. It should be able to take pivoting down like that. We could still hang it up on jack stands basically where the suspension fully droops, but as long we got to undo the rear shackle. It shouldn't be too hard. So the shackle's out. I already took the shocks out. We might be able to, the drive shaft actually might be able to handle it, just pivoting down like that. We might not even have to take it out. I just don't, my transmission's already leaking enough everywhere. Well, we could put the drive shaft on a jack stand too. That'd probably be the right way to do that if the pinion angle can handle it. It's not like we're going to drive around with the rear end undone anyway, so. As long as we just get the weight of the spring off of the rear of the frame, then we should be good. So that's the second part of what we'll do today. My right quarter panel is rusted. Yeah, Gerardi, my everything is rusted on this car. The back of the car looks like the friggin' Titanic. If you got another set of stands, just need a set in the back and then lower the axle stands a tooth. I have stands underneath it right now, dude. So yeah, that should be fine. So yeah, I have 2 more jack stands, I think. Kyron, 39-month resub. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to pick up where I left off. I'm going to finish rebuilding the structure, building the kind of lattice structure for these quarters here. Yeah. We'll take our measurements when we go to weld that and make sure that this is in the right spot. We did, the triangulation that we built into this actually was pretty good. All right, so I'm going to get to work. Let's do this. So what I need to do next, so I already welded some tabs with the tube stock at the end right there. We zapped it in. And what I got to do is I got to build a bar that goes this way, and then we need to build a bar that stands upright right here. What we could do is build more tabs to pick up on the quarter panel in different spots. So we could really like hug this thing with metal and hold it in place so it doesn't move. I don't really mind welding to the outside of this. It's going to get painted anyway. Or we could just grind it off and just primer it, you know? It's not like we have any paint to save here. There's no paint left. I ordered a mini tub from Speedway for bigger tires to have it sit lower. Cool. Excellent. That's wicked. I don't know if I want to tub this thing. There's already a lot of room in there to begin with. You can fit a pretty big tire, but you're not going to need like a 14-inch wide tire for the street. You know, this isn't a drag car. It'd be kind of silly seeing this thing go down the track though, wouldn't it? Okay. We also eventually have to grind out all the spot welds here and grind this piece flat. That's going to be fun. Yeah, quick shot with the flap disc should do that. All right, so I'm going to get back to work, and yeah, let's take some measurements here and let's see what we need to do. So I have the big tubes. I bought bigger metal stock today. We could I did attempt to weld a crappy little tab to this, but I'm probably just going to cut that. That didn't come out right. This was just to get it to sit flat on the ground, but yeah. Should be okay. I'd rather just use the flat cut side from the factory, or from where this metal was made, because then we know that it can be true level. And then we'll just bridge a piece from here to here. We'll measure probably up to here, slice this top part off. I mean, maybe leave a little bit of extra space just in case, and then make sure that this is nice and level, right? And then build a bridge piece that goes from here to here, and then zap that in. Yeah, that'll work. And then what we could do is we could make small pieces that pick up here and on the sides, or at least one on the side, one up here. Put one on the accent line because we know the accent line is flat, right? Yeah. So, yeah, one over, one on the accent line, then we're good to go. Cool. All right, how high do I want this metal piece? Metal from China. This is Hillman. It's actually Ohio. This steel was made in Ohio. It's U.S. steel. Well, not U.S. Steel, the company. This is Hillman. Yeah, so it was made here. It is not steel from China. China, 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 China. All right, let me get my tape measure. I'm gonna take the grounding off. We're not doing welding just yet. Okay, let's see. Tape measure, that's what I'm looking for. Just for the beefy muscle look, not for drag racing. Yeah, I got you. All right, let's measure. That tab is basically at 4 feet, about 120 centimeters. Let's go a little bit higher. We'll put it at 52 inches. We need two pieces with a flat end on one side at 52 inches. That should be pretty straightforward to do. Literally curbling it. That's right. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. I really need to get a camera over there. I don't have a camera on this side of the shop, but it would be nice to have one. We need the VAB building music. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. All right. So, actually, you know what? I can do the measuring and cutting. Could probably do it right on the welding table. I have the welding table set up, dude, so. Let me just move you guys over here. And we'll get you onto the welding table and go from there. What is on the agenda for today? Building jigs. Yes, that's a Tonka truck, just in case anybody's wondering. Okay, 52 inches is what we're looking for here. So let me get the right tools for the job out here, and we can do some cutting. We are going to be using that. We're going to be using the reciprocating saw to do this, guys. So headphone users in advance, it's going to get loud. You don't necessarily need to use this. You don't absolutely have to use the magnets to hold stuff together, but it does help. I love these little magnets. They help welding stuff really make welding stuff really simple. All right, so we need to cut both of these to 60 or 52 inches. So I'm going to put clamps on this side here. Got to tighten that up. Really need to make sure that that doesn't move. Doesn't move for either one of these. There we go. All right, now, just in case anybody's wondering, I already leveled this table. The table is perfectly level. Yeah, just in case anyone was wondering. Now let me get my tape measure. What are you putting in it, an LS3? No, 5.7 Hemi. I wouldn't put a Chevy motor in a Dodge, in an old Dodge. The clamp is kind of getting in the way, so just undo that real quick. I'll put that back in a second. Let me get my marker tool. Well, you know, we could probably use the hacksaw here but then again, the hacksaw isn't really going to cut it straight. Either way, we can use that to start a cut for the reciprocating saw. And then let me get my square. Let me get my damn old square, boy. Okay, I got everything I need. Now let's measure off the end. We need 52 inches. Put a dot there. Put a dot there. There we go. Now, we know that the side of this is perfectly square, so we can take the T hang on. The right way to do this would be this way. See, the dots weren't exact. Now they are. See, that one dot was a little bit off. Oh, it looks like these things may have moved. Hold on. I'm lining up the back edges and making sure they're flush
Discovery,
completely.
go at throttle up.
Thanks for that resub there. Appreciate you. I am WQD96. What's up? 4-month resub. How about clamping them together? Why would I do that, Mutter? Trying to keep this thing on the damn welding table. I suppose it doesn't matter. Hold on. I'm just squaring up the back with edges that I know that are straight. There we go. Yeah, so it's on the back side of that line. All right, cool. That's why they say measure twice, cut once. Come on, you melon farmer. All right. It's on the left side of that line. I need a better marker for that, but that's okay. Now the dots did line up, so yeah, it's actually pretty good. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna clamp this to the table. I just gave it a little bit of a start there. This thing, we gotta set it down. I need more vice grip clamps. That's what I need. Or I could drop it, you know, that works too. Don't move. I can use the magnets to kind of hold it in place. Let me see if I got another clamp. Am I just building supports? That's correct. I have the exhaust clamp. One. I might do it. No. Frick are all my damn clamps? Boston Man versus T-Square. To shore this up, what I'll do is move it a little bit more towards here. And then what I'm going to do with the reciprocating saw, I'm going to cut in the center of this line. I mean, I suppose it really doesn't matter. We don't really need these top edges to be perfect. This doesn't have to be exact now that I'm really thinking about it. Okay, let me put my safety glasses on and we'll get to it. Do you own a grinder? Yeah, the problem is my grinder has the wire wheel on it and I don't feel like changing it. So the reciprocating saw is my new best friend. Guys, the saw gets absurdly loud. So just headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Like, this isn't necessarily the best way to do this. A chop saw would be the right way to do this because then you could square it up. Headphone users, once again, this thing gets very, very loud. Like I said, the right way to do it would have been with the chop saw, but I don't have a chop saw, so that works, or an angle grinder. Yeah, those don't need to be exact. We could, I mean, that one actually came in pretty good. I could get this on the grinding wheel and shore up that edge real quick. If we really wanted to bother for it to be precise, you know, like I kind of prefer for it to be like that, so. Good enough. The edges aren't exactly straight, but it got rid of the burr and it's close enough. Hey, just drop it. It's fine. Just drop it. It'll be okay. That can go there. That can go there. So, now we got to measure some things even more. We got to measure harder. So if we want to put a piece on top of here and we want it to go out a good ways to a brace, that's really hot. Just burned my hand. Nice. We're going to need about 14 inches of the smaller stock here. All right, so what I'm going to do, we're going to get the smaller stock, then we're going to make a bridge piece right there. And then when we start getting in with the welder, we got to get we got to be very precise here, because this is, remember, this piece right here is bent downwards and this piece is going to be straight. So this all has to jive. That edge needs to be extremely straight on the back end of this. So I'll use the factory cut piece of the bracing of the smaller tube stock. Get a nice straight edge. So like this is the side, see it has the tag on it still? This is the side that was cut from the factory. Actually, I don't know if I lopped off the other side of it. Yes, I did. I lopped off the other side to make smaller pieces. So I'm not exactly sure that that's perfectly straight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the edge that I know is straight, and we're going to do something basically like that. Now on this side, dudes, I know this thing is not moving. See how the quarter doesn't move? So we'll cut it right and then make sure it picks up like that. You cut the whole back end of the car off, I removed it surgically. So I'm going to need to precisely cut this piece. You know what? We should get the cutting wheel. We should get the cutting wheel. I'll change it. I'll stop being lazy. We should get the cutting wheel. That way I know we can do this straight. So I'm teeing this up on the vise. Making sure we're level on the vise. There we go. Are you going to want a triangle at the corner to reinforce it? We could always take that smaller tube stock, 45 two cuts if I'm getting the angle grinder out, 45 it with the T-square, and then weld in a gusset like that. I don't think I have the right metal stock to do a triangular piece like that, dude. You'll need a little bit of clearance at the quarter panel. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do 16 inches so I have space out here, right? You're talking about making one right there? I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat. Hi. Wearing hats right now is they just get in the way, so that's why I have it off. All right, so this piece here, we'll go 16 out. Let me just double check it. Sawzall for the win. Okay, you'll turn it up, can't see me? All right. Yeah, 16 out. So like right here. Okay. Got to find a way to level this damn thing. Well, actually, once I get that piece in, 16 inches. Okay, once we get this piece in, should work, should be good. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Curious if these scrap pieces that we have are enough to fit under here. Yeah, they can fit under. I'll have to use that one of my last pieces of the big metal stuff to, I should have another piece around, hold on. Where'd the third piece go? Chat, where'd you put the last bit of metal stock? What's wrong with you? Oh no, I used two, so I still have one. We still have one left. Okay, sweet. I'm thinking. We're in think mode. Do the tacks to the quarter panels need to be reinforced? Huh? No. Tacks to the quarter panels. This? Oh, I reinforced that, dude. Yeah. Once again, dude, I don't think we need to triangulate this. I really don't. I mean, if we wanted to make it like really strong, we could, but yeah. Hey, Galaxy, what's going on? I mean, Rare's like, we could just do a straight piece here, and then I could put another small piece in right. Let me switch to the other camera. Hold on. We could put in a piece right here, go 16 out, and then put another piece that picks up on the accent line right there. I think between that over and that right there, I think we'll be okay. We might not even need this tack down here. It depends just on how strong this thing ends up being. Her tail's gone. Don't worry, it'll be back and better than ever. We just needed to cut out some rot. Midget. It's going to be a rot. Plumb bob? Yeah, Rares. I have the plumb. We can use it to get straight. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let me cut two of these smaller stock pieces at 16 and go from there. Yeah, I'll cut 2 pieces at 16. I don't really have a good camera on the vise, so just give me 1 sec. We'll just get you all on the high cam. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid, man. How you doing? Not gonna lie, that looks like it could all go into the bin. Okay? Yeah, we'll replace it. Don't worry. We'll replace it. So, I'm over here. Urban, thank you for the raid. What were you playing? Were you playing KSP? He's coming along. Yep, it's getting there. Yeah, I also got to change the angle grinder. We got to get the cutting wheel. Ugh. I hate doing this with the wire wheel. Let me get my welding gloves on. You have to grab the freaking wire wheel to get it to unscrew. It's a big pain in the butt. Ready, nearly ready for Eve return missions. All right, let's go, dude. Now, do I have a good cutting wheel in here? There we go. Yeah, there's a good cutter. We'll use this to zap and cut our metal. This isn't the most precise. Once again, the most precise would be a chop saw. But I don't have one of those. Not yet, at least. Okay, nice and tight. We good. Let me undo this. I'm gonna bring the angle grinder up to the front vise with me, dudes. Once again, I need to get a better camera angle over here, but this will work. I mean, the high cam will work for now. Let me get my safety glasses and then we send it. Speaking of, the KSA reports have been amazing. Nice, nice, cool. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll cut these pieces up. I got to measure them first. Hey, Element, what's up, dude? This is what I'm looking for. You know what? I'll measure them up over on the welding table like I did before so you guys can see. Let me go give them a quick zap. Over on the other thing, let me just measure this up here. Oh no, there's more rot than you thought. Creation, I have not showed any more or less rot than the streams that you've previously watched. It's the same amount. It hasn't changed, don't worry. Seriously, I've only cut the back sill off. It's the same amount than you would have seen previously. sweet. Actually, yeah. All right, so I'm going to take this, take that mark, which, once again, will, if you guys are wondering, right at 16. Cool. All right, so give me one sec. I'm going to zap this over on the vise. Why is 16 marked? Well, it's very simple. It's the measurement that I need for this piece. It's very simple. I need this piece of metal to be 16 inches, and marking 16 inches on it, Pigeon, will make it 16 inches. Yeah, after we cut it, you know. I'm just going to chop this, and then I'm going to use the original one as a template to make the second one. So what I'm doing here, I'm putting a level on this to make sure we maximize our chances of success here on the vise. Okay, let me get the angle grinder. Sparks are going to fly here for a second, but yeah, once again, you guys won't be able to see that. But I got safety goggles on, hearing protection. Headphone users, this thing does get loud, so just take that for what it's worth, okay? Okay, that's one. Actually, that did a pretty damn straight edge. Pretty close. We can just hit it on the wheel. That'll be all right. So I'm marking 16 on the bit of rod that we haven't cut. Of course, I left the tape measure over there. I gotta just start putting this thing on my damn belt. Okay, I've marked 16 on the second piece. Moving it down on the vise so we can get it to a good position. We're comfortable with the angle grinder. Re-level this thing. Okay, cool. Cutting the second piece now. Okay, she's good. Did it come out okay? Yeah, it's pretty good. The angle grinder leaves one hell of a burr though. We're gonna have to get those edges straight, I'm gonna have to put them on the grinding wheel. What the hell is that? Oh. Big old diesel truck went by. Big old diesel truck, boy. Just getting rid of the burr on this thing. Actually, you know what? I got a weird idea. It's probably a little backwards way of doing this, but until I get better tools. Pretty straight. So what I'm doing is I'm putting this on the level, and then hanging it on the side of this thing where we have a flat edge, so I can more or less make sure that my cut is straight. Like, once again, this is a really stupid way of doing that. I need a chop saw to get these edges straight, but there we go. Pretty straight. One's a smidge longer than the other, but that doesn't matter. It's really the edges that need to be like perfect. So where these rods are going is right here. I'm gonna go right here to hold this thing in position, just like that. So we got to make sure that we're triangulated right. So what we can do, let me get my freaking magnet. How does it work? Please tell me I have enough space. Please, have enough space. You know what? We'll put it on the back. This is why I needed to make sure that these edges were straight, dudes. See that? So we can line it up. Now, on the other side of things, right? What's going to stop that from being held up or being put in place? This right here. See? There. Sweet. So this should hold this whole thing in place and prevent this thing from moving around. I can't have this, once we cut the trunk floor out, there's gonna be nothing that's holding this in 3D space. I want to be sure. So this will do it. We just gotta tack this thing into position, and we gotta make sure that this thing is pretty dang old level when we do. Pretty sure that's right. Midge, these are great. The right angle magnets are amazing. Okay. That's pretty damn close to level on that axis. I probably messed it up by taking that off. I need another level. We're level this way, so that's good. This thing is straight up. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We can tack this now. I'm going to tack it. You know what? Let's just get that piece in right first. Or just take the whole thing apart and wreck it completely. Yeah, dude. All right. Just break the whole thing. It's good. It'll be fine. Yeah, I think it's better to do this one this way first. Get that level, zap that in right there, and then figure out over there. I don't know how you do it, but can you attach the bottom so you don't have to rely? What? Can you attach the bottom of that rod to the wheel somehow so you don't have to rely on your floor? My dude, one piece at a time. Also, how do you not have clamps? Sorry, I spent it all on panels. I have vice grip clamps, but I was thinking we could do this. We could do this way, but didn't want to. Besides, this is a good way to hold this up anyway. That way with the magnet might even be better. So for the people that are wondering what the heck I'm doing, I wasn't too incredibly happy with this quarter panel flopping around like this. So we're gonna do, coming up with, put the magnet over here. Coming up with a way to brace it, and I'll brace it against the ground, which I know is level. We'll go up and over and brace it on this big metal post that I put over here. Stay. Stay. Don't move. You know what? I thought of another way to do this, because that's going to fall when we go to weld it. Just drop it. Whatever. It's fine. Just put the magnet right here. It's not like I have to worry about scratching the damn paint. There. All right, let's get the welder out. Okay. Got to get the grounding strap. There we go. Okay, grounding straps in. Gas. Open. Welder is not on yet. Does the welder make sparks? You'll see. You're about to find out, pigeon. All right, so believe in taking your time, doing it right. I'm going to zap. We're going to zap it right there. We're going to zap it right there. Actually, we'll zap it once, check. Zap it again right there, check, and then go. And then we'll burn it in. You really have to take your time with welding. That's what I'm learning. Just take your time, go slow, like what we do in workers. All right, let me get the welding mask. Don't get sunburnt. I got my welding jacket on and my name is Darth Vader. I am an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. Vulcan. Okay. Just make sure. Let's get in here. I'm gonna get you guys straight on so you can see the bubble. All right, let's make sure she don't move. Make sure the gas is flowing. Gas is flowing. Cut a little bit of rod off the end because I just zapped it with the gas. All right. Here we go. First tack. Okay. How's that look? We still level? Oh yeah, we are very level. All right. Any objections? Any update from your parts delivery? It's getting delivered at the end of the week, Ace. Tack looks high. Yeah, Mutter, I'll throw another one. We'll zap another one a little bit lower. What the hell? Oh, I shorted it. What the heck is going on? What, do we not have a good connection? I tripped the breaker because it got stuck. We weren't making a good connection there. Son of a... What the hell? Why did it do that? It started to make it, and then we lost the connection. I'll move the grounding strap further this way. Give me a second. Yeah, if it sticks like that, guys, it's going to trip a breaker because it's a short circuit. Welder should turn back on. All right, let's try this again. Okay, we got gas. Now that's what should have happened, but it didn't. But that's what should have happened. All right, let me zap one in over here. Okay. Still level. All right, so we should be able to take the angle off. We don't need that no more. Now I'm going to zap one in on the back end. Gotta make sure we don't move that. Okay. Now check this out. Now watch this drive. Ready? We should just be able to remove that. Oh yeah! There we go. Excellent. Cool. Now she ain't moving. See? She good. Okay, so now we got to put the pole on here. I got to get that nice and level and straight, and then we can zap that. We could burn that one in too. So let's put the level on it. Get one of my magnets. How do they work? That's actually pretty good. I got to make sure we're straight this way as well. I'm going to use another level to do that because that one's magnetic and it could screw up. Like unironically perfect. Okay, cool. Guys, we're level on both axes. It's pretty damn close. Okay. Yeah, we're right. All right. Now, we just got to make sure none of this stuff moves when I go to zap this. When we zap this plate in, I just got to tack it here and here. Tack it on the bottom, remove that, tack it on the top, and then that, what, no, hold on. Actually, we're not done. No, we're not done. This is number 50. I got to measure that. Remember that measurement that we made yesterday? That has to be 14 1/4, so we have to find a way to brace it. Because we measured from the frame rail, or from the leaf spring perch. Remember? That has to be right. That was the measurement before we cut the back of the car off. Actually, that's pretty good. You guys want to double check me? That looks right to me. Okay, so we know that all this is in the right spot. 14.25, it's on the dot, like dead on. Like, yeah, that's perfect, dude. I know that all this is right. It's perfectly accurate. So, with that being said, we're gonna zap in. Magnet off, welded out fully all the way across. Yeah, when we're done, can't see me. Yeah, after I'm done tacking, we'll burn the whole thing in. I like tacking everything first and then welding it, right? So you can go back and double check. All right, so we need to burn that gap in right there. Okay. Any objections? Speak now or forever hold your welding bracket. Why aren't you just tacking a brace to the quarter instead of making this elaborate scaffolding? You got to do body work anyway. Objection! Overruled. I'm going to tack it to the quarter. Geek. I'm going to tack it to the quarter. So here, let me show you. All right, before we do this. All right, back this out. So what I'm eventually going to do is put in a piece right there that picks up on the accent line of the quarter panel. The reason why is because below the accent line is basically what we got to fix, right? Down there. So I'm going to have a piece right here and zap it to the accent line. So I know that this is all perfect. It's going to pick up on the line right there. And this is basically, the overhead scaffolding is holding this quarter panel in the right position. Does that make sense? Dude, trust me, this came to me in a dream. Seriously, I dreamt about making this last night because I've been staring at this car for too long. Does that make sense, Geek? Like, you're not yesing me to death, right? You see what I'm trying to do? I'm going to make one over here, and we'll pick it up right on the accent line because I know the accent line is flat. So I'll make another little piece of tube, put it in there, and that'll triangulate the quarters. This is just for quarter panel triangulation. I was not happy with how much that thing was flopping around, especially after, that side doesn't have a trunk extension. So that quarter panel is hanging in 3D space. There's nothing there, I just hope that small tube is strong enough to do what you want to do. Yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't. Will you also weld it together at the bottom? I could. I don't have any more metal stock to do that. I want the rest of the metal. I bought more today. It was $100 worth of freaking metal stock because I still have one 6-foot rod left. What I want to do is cut a piece and basically put it underneath the frame rails and then tack that into position. We should have done that yesterday, but there's still a little bit of structure. The trunk pin's still holding the floor, still holding the frame rails together. I'm going to brace the frame rails upright, and then if we have enough, we'll span between the frame rail supports, and then if I need to buy more metal, we'll span out to the quarter panel supports and basically make a whole lattice frame for this thing. That's the idea. Anyway. Came to me in a dream. I used to dream up jigs for Kerbal in my dreams. In your dreams. All right. You guys ready? I missed completely. We're still in tolerance? Yeah, we are. There we go. I got it that time. All right, I'm going to attack it on the other side. Okay, now we'll get on the top. Ready? I'm going to burn it from this side too. There we go. That's not going anywhere. And we're still perfectly level. Cool. It's not my best work, but hey, whatever. That'll be fine. See, now, look, dudes. Now this quarter panel, look, it was floppy. It ain't floppy no more. See what I mean? Ain't floppy no more. Just the very edge. That's okay. But if we zap the other piece in down over here, that's not moving. It's not going anywhere. And the best part is that I have level surfaces here that it can be used as a datum if we need to pick up off of something that's level. Done. All right, this is good. I'm just gonna burn this thing in, make it pretty dang strong. What does it look like inside the welding helmet? Dark. It goes dark and it tints so you can see the pool. I don't know if the pool shows up on camera. See that thing that's glowing right there? It's hard to say if it shows up. The welding mask will show, see those shiny bits of metal? Oh, that's booger. That's poo-poo. But it's okay. Ready? Watch. You should be able to see it. It'll be really bright. So see that glowing area? That's what it shows. That's what I see. I see the glow. I don't see anything else. See smoke coming out? Smoke's coming out of the top like a chimney. See that? That means we're getting good penetration. That means we're using the right voltage and speed. Because that means the inside of this is getting, the weld is burning through to the inside. Well, not burning through completely, we're penetrating the back, which is good. That's what we want. Now this is not moving. So let me finish this off here. Just finish burning that thing in and then we should be good. Then we got to do it to the other side. I'd rather get at it from this side. There we go. That's not going anywhere. Cool. All right, we're braced, at least on one side. See? The only part of this quarter that's moving is down there. And that's why I'm going to make another brace piece to run on the accent line right there. And then this thing will never move. And then The other reason why I'm doing that is because when we get all this fixed and we go to put the rear fascia back on, and Geek, listen to this. This is kind of the other part that I was thinking. Okay. When we go to put the rear, we do the pan, we do the extensions, put the rear cross member back on, get the rear fascia back on. Once do the drip rail right there. Once that's all rebuilt, the back end of this will be nice and strong again. I'll get rid of the scaffolding or the bracing that I did. We'll grind all this off, make this nice, and we'll be able to rebuild the quarter panels because they'll actually, we'll have their place in 3D space so we can rebuild the bottom and tie it into the trunk extension. Because there should be a flat metal piece right here. This bracing is just here to hold the shape of the quarter panels while we do the new trunk pan, and then we got to do frame rail braces as well. But that's part 2 of this. So let's get to the other side. I already have all the stock pieces that I need, so let's do that over here. Do the same exact thing. I'm going to pull the welder, move the welding cart a little bit closer so we can get at it, and then we go. So why is it dangerous to look at welding arcs? It's quite actually the same as staring into the sun. Yeah, that's why. Hi, how old is this thing? Hey, Emmeline. This is a 69 Coronet, so it's 56 years old. This car has spent its entire life in an area that snows a lot. And because of that, there's not a lot of car left. We're rebuilding it. I'm rebuilding the structure. Yeah, it's the same as staring into the sun. If it's bright enough to leave an image after you look around, you probably shouldn't look at it. Bingo. Let me get my magnets and the level and this 16-inch piece. And let's start over here on this side. How much did you buy it for? $1,400. I got this car for $1,400 in 2013. I know what people are going to say. Well, the price has probably gone up since then. You can score a 4-door B-body Chrysler from the late 60s for about $3,500 to $4,000. In decent condition, might be a little bit more. But this was not in good condition when I bought it, but it was complete. The only parts of the car that were missing are the parts that rusted off. I found on Facebook Marketplace yesterday, I found a 70 Super B and a 70 Coronet 4-door being sold as a pair for $5,000. That's enough to make one good car. I was thinking about buying it. But I don't have $5,000, so I didn't. All right. Brimo said no. Nah, it's not even that. I don't have, you need to have money to do that, That's more what that's about. Okay, so we'll move that over there. This was we'll do the exact same thing that we did over on the other side. Chad, I need that internet expertise. Are we level? So same thing as before, we burn it in there, check it, burn it in on the other side, remove the magnet, check it again, burn it in on the back side, and then we're good. Looks good enough. Okay. Let me get my welding gloves back on. Good enough for the girls we date. Wow, I hope you success. Thanks, Emmeline. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, we'll get it. Fortunately, they make a lot of parts for this car still because it's a very popular car. It's like one of those old 60s muscle cars. Like, it's not. It's got 4 doors. But we'll make it into one because screw it. What I'm working on here, guys, is basically the 1960s equivalent of a Toyota Camry, to be 100% honest with you. But whatever. It's cool. It's still cool, and I like it. It's front engine, rear-wheel drive. It's neat. Okay, ready? Contact. That was a pretty good tack. It's high. I did it high again, Mutter. What the hell's the matter with me? There we go. All right. We still level? Check it. Yes, we are. No, 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 no! Why are you doing that again? I may have touched the grounding strap, guys. I think that's what happened. Let me move the grounding strap this time. I blew not blew the breaker. I shorted it out again because I'm stupid. I think before I don't know. This time the back end of my jacket hit the grounding strap. Yeah, you know, I don't really feel like getting electrocuted today, so I'm happy the circuit breaker blew instead of my brain. Okay, I've moved the grounding strap so to a place where I won't touch it. And who knew it welded correctly? That's weird. All right, that's good. We still level? Yep. All right, so take the back piece off, the magnet off, and we'll hit this thing from the back. Okay, cool. Now let's get the big piece on there, like what we were doing on the other side. All right, let me get my other level. Just make sure we're good on the other axis. That looks pretty damn straight. Are we doing Red Dead for after hours? Yeah, we could. Yeah. Okay. That's level on both axes. We're level this way and we're level that way. It's Wednesday. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. You're right. I forgot what day it is. I thought it was Thursday. Yeah, it's Wednesday. We got summer car for after hours, dude. All right, so we'll zap one in, check it. Zap one on the other side, check it again. I'll make sure I can aim this time. That was awful. That was awful. Freaking awful. I tripped the breaker again. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I don't like that. I don't like that it's still doing that. But I wish I had equipment for doing DIY projects in your garage. Sprack, took me a while to build up to all this stuff. But yeah. I'm going to move the grounding strap a little bit closer, and I'm going to make sure that I don't hit it. Ready? You touched the car so you got in line. Yeah, probably. You're probably right, dude. Okay. Check in again. Okay. Take the magnet off. The wire got away from me a little bit. Okay. All right. Cool. Let me, I burned that in pretty hard right there, so let me just burn in the rest of this and we'll go from there. Just got to zap it in over here a little bit more. good. Good. I think I need to lower the wire speed a little bit. Wire speed's just a smidge too high. We're putting a lot of poo-poo on that thing. Okay. That is sufficient. Cool. You know what? I'm taking, we shorted that out a lot. I'm going to take my wedding ring off because I don't feel like amputating a finger today. The wedding ring is in my office. It's in the SE to aux box, just in case. Now that I said it, it's there, and if the gremlins try to move it, we know I'm good. All right. Cool. Now we really know that that's not going anywhere. Let me back this up. Back up the camera. Shut the welder off. Shut the gas off. All right. Should probably zap in the pieces on the sides, dudes. What are we welding today? Trunks, I'm putting in some reinforcement for the quarters. So when we cut out the trunk extension, I need those to stay exactly where they are. So I made this bracing that picks up on the ground, right, that holds these things in place and makes sure they don't move. I also got a wedgie. All right, I'm just gonna grab something to drink here real quick, dudes. No, it's not beer. It's Canada Dry. Okay, so the next thing that we got to do, I want a piece right here. I want a bridge piece that goes from this bar to here. So I got to measure this. We got to cut it, put the piece in there, magnets. We need to clean off that edge. I probably should have done that before we put that stupid bar there. So I'll take the welding mask off for a second, and then we'll put the safety glasses back on. Yeah, I'll zap a piece here to pick up on this. And then that basically, it's not triangulating it, but basically the quarter works as your triangular structure here. So yeah, let's measure on this side first, get this one finished. And yeah, then we go. Let's roll. 3 1/4. It's 3 1/4 on the dot. All right, that's pretty good. What's this side? This side should be the same. It's 3 5/16. Why? Why would this be 3? Oh, it's dented. The rear quarter's dented. Oh, that's quite the dent in the back of this thing. Huh. Okay. Well, 3 1/4 should work, and then we could, we'll bridge the rest of the gap with a tack weld. I'm about 60% sure that that will warp given any level of force. Without trusses, that stock just doesn't seem like it'd be strong enough, but I'm not experienced in all of it. Aqualex, I'm using the light stock here for the quarters because the quarters, this is just triangulation for the quarters. I have bigger metal stock that I bought today. See? We got bigger, heavier stuff. And once again, this is what I can get on basically short notice. It's 1/16 of an inch, 3/4 tube. This should be good enough to hold the frame rails up. Not to hold them up structurally, but to hold them in place. None of this is, it's not structural, like if that makes any sense. It's not gonna carry load too much, right? What all this is here for is to just hold things in place. Well, we cut different bits and pieces out of structure out of the car. Does that make sense, dude? Like, I don't know. I mean, you might be right. Either way, this is making me feel better, if that makes, How long before you kick one of those supports and bend the crap out of one of the fenders? Thanks for that. I don't know. Maybe I'll go buy more metal stock and we'll triangulate it tomorrow. Contra, where the hell was that comment before I did this? Like, thanks for that. Because ripping the back of a car off wasn't anxiety-inducing enough for somebody that's never done this. That on my mind really helps, though. Damn, man, you're killing me. Nope, wrong way. Like, I'll make sure I won't, but damn, dude. That does move a little bit. That's all right. Did the launch pad go in the square hole yet? They've moved it, immolated. I don't believe that they've lifted it. Why not to the bottom of the quarter instead? There is no bottom to the quarter, dude. The biggest reason can't see me is I basically got to replace from the accent line down. There's nothing here. The quarter should go all the way down to here. You'll see when we get the trunk extensions and I put the trunk extensions in, you'll see how much quarter panel we're missing, dude. We're missing probably like 6 or 7 inches. Yeah. Commence the cutting. I mean, hi. What's up, dude? Yeah. Yeah, we're missing the quarter of the car should go down to about here. And this is all, I mean, this is pretty good metal, right? I theoretically could probably brace to the bottom here, right above the accent line. But like, so what I'm worried about is, when we go to get patch panels for this, right? I mean, we could always just make it. If I have enough sheet metal, we could make it. Sheet metal might be cheaper. Just make it ourselves. with the trunk extension, that'll show me exactly where this needs to go, and we could pick up off that line. The other thing is the back of the quarter panel is shot. I really have to look. I have to like find a clean one and look at how this pinch weld all goes together. But once again, maybe with the new, when we get the new parts, like the trunk extensions and stuff, it'll help. Because believe it or not, this trunk extension, it is rusty, but it is in the right spot for the most part. Might be bent down just a smidge. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the right spot. But then again, the back sill plate was on it. So yeah, it is pretty damn close. You know, we could cut on this. I don't want to cut directly on this accent right here. But yeah, with the extension, we might be able to just rebuild this. Because this is pretty good metal. This is fine. But then again, we're going to have to patch up there too. You know what? I'm just going to go, for now, can't see me, I'm just going to brace it on the accent piece. I'll just brace it on the accent because I'm not sure what I want to do down here. We do, there's, yeah, it's going to be some work. Does this thing actually, hold on, does this come out? Ow. I'm gonna put my gloves back on. Got a little nick, guys, hold on. It's not on the wrist, it's on the side of my wrist, don't worry. Is the video out of sync? I can restart it. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Test. We good? Good sync? All right, excellent. Give me 1 second, I gotta get a Band-Aid for this. I nicked some of the rusty metal. Yes, I've had a tetanus shot, just I made sure. Don't need that on my mind. I have a first aid kit back here just in case. Just need a Band-Aid on my wrist. Just need a damn Band-Aid on my damn old wrist, boy. We didn't get any of the blood vessels though, don't worry. I'm not showing you guys this. I got a little cut on the outside of my wrist, that's all. Just putting some antiseptic on it. Cleaning it out. Wish we got an update on HLS. It's been too long. I want to see some hardware. Yeah. We're gonna have to amputate it. Yeah. No. Not with advances in modern science. I don't, with advances in modern science, Chip, I don't see why somebody couldn't live 245, maybe 300. These Band-Aids are supposed to be like easy to open. There it goes. Hit it one last time with the antiseptic. Did you see the tweet about the new shuttle carrier aircraft coming? Led the Lego set. Yes. Yes, I did. Pretty cool, huh? I think they're working on HLS, dude, Trey, to be honest with you, but I don't think they're working on the propulsion part. The reason why is I don't really think they have that figured out yet. Sorry, guys, I got a wedgie. I'm just fixing it. There we go. Just doing that behind the car. You know, nobody needs to see that. Let me put my bandages back where I know they are before, you know, we do this again, and this hasn't happened. I'm surprised I haven't cut myself more, to be honest with you. I'm usually pretty careful, just because, you know, we're on the internet. Like, sometimes I'm like, dude, it's fine, don't worry about it. But, you know, like wearing safety glasses when you wearing safety glasses when you're using the grinder is probably a good idea. A mask when you're cleaning up the metal, etc., etc. Anyway, let's get back to work. A couple of weeks ago, I really sliced my finger open on a brake pad clip. Yeah, it happens, dude. All right. I think it was 3 1/4 inch. We got to cut a little bit more of the small stock, the small tube. Let me just double check it. Yep, it's 3 1/4. We also got to clean up a little bit so we can weld there. So we'll cut the stock first. 2 3 1/4 inch pieces. Cut the stock first, and then we got to clean off those edges. I need to swap the grinding wheel. Swap the grinding wheel back to the wire wheel, and then we need to I need to clean up some of the paint. I need to get down to bare metal here. Okay, cool. Let's do it. So once again, guys, what I'm doing is I'm bracing the quarter panels. We cut the rear sill plate off, and thankfully this one is still pretty solid because it's still attached to the trunk pan down here. It's attached to the trunk pan extension. I didn't drill through that pinch weld, so this one is still pretty solid. But the other one over here was not. When I went to look at the extension out here, it fell off. It fell out of the car. True story. So this one is still a little bit on the floppy side. I don't know if you see that. We are aiming to get rid of that. So what I'm going to do on both sides, what I've been doing on both sides is bracing. Now, once again, guys, this is not structural. This is not structural. The majority of the weight of this car is being held up on jack stands. This is a 3D lattice that I'm making out of metal to hold the quarters in place. That's it. It's just holding these pieces of metal in place. That's all it's holding up. And Fluffy, I saw what you said before. It's pretty good. Holy moly, surface rust. That ain't surface rust, dude. That's rot. We got a new trunk pan coming. We'll take care of it. But before I cut any more structure out of this, dudes, I got to make sure that everything in here, the parts that we aren't cutting out, like the frame rails, the leaf spring perches, the quarters, that's actually it. I got to make sure that all those are not necessarily held up, but they're braced. They're braced completely. Like they're not going to move. So what we still have left to do, once again, these 3 1/4 little pieces right there and right there, we got to do that. And then what I want to do is go after the leaf spring shackles, undo the back of the rear suspension. I just farted. Nice. Undo the back of the rear suspension, right? Get the sprung weight off of the leaf spring hangers, which are like right here, right? And then what I want to do is put more bars underneath the leaf spring perches to hold the whole thing in place. Actually, you know what? While we're cutting all the metal, let's just measure. What's the distance to the leaf spring perch here? actually 28 inches on the dot. Nice. Cool. Okay. See if this one's the same. Oh shit. That other one is 28 and this is 27 and 5/8. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. Huh. Let me just double check. Make sure I'm not crazy. Actually, this thing's closer to 27 and 7/8 off the ground right now. It's closer to it. Yeah. All right, 27 and 7/8. This one's 27 and 5/8 off the ground. Now what? Now what do we do? Shoot. Wait a minute. My jack stands? Huh. My jack stands might not be level. Okay. Are the jack stands up equally? So one, that's two hooks up. Third rung is at the top of the jack stand on the right side. On the left side, oh yeah, it's up one more tick. Wait, if it's up one more tick on this side, why is that side higher? That means this is raised. How is that possible? The floor is plenty level, yeah. That diff doesn't look crooked. I gotta check something. I gotta take some more measurements, guys. Now I'm wondering. So the center of this leaf spring perch to here should be 44 inches. Yeah, it is. All right, cool. 44 on center between the leaves. So that means the frame rails are true this way, but I think this side might be bent down slightly. It's not much. It's not off by much, dudes. I'm just wondering why. Yeah, we gotta unload the rear suspension before we do that. All right, let's just finish doing the side bracing and go. We have to unload the rear, and then we'll measure it. Is the floor level? Yeah. Floor is level. That side rotted out a long time ago, guys. This side wasn't connected to the rear cross member from even before I got the car. We might have to like jack the car up and correct it a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. It's not a big deal. That's actually pretty good. Like where the one frame rail is that much taller than the other one. That much. Remember, 1/4 inch tolerances here. It may have came like that from the factory, guys. It's possible. How level? True level. We're in the bubble. Yep. And that has a slight tilt that way. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, all right, let's 3 1/4. Let's get the side pieces braced, and then we'll go. I'll cut the, I'm gonna cut the small tube stock. We'll cut it, and then, yeah, we gotta weld it back in. Another thing that we could do, dudes, give me one sec. You know what? Just humor me. I have another bar over here. I bought 3 pieces of the heavier metal. Let me just see how much of that we're gonna have left over. So let's figure 28, even though it's 27. I'll figure 28 2 times over. So that's 56. So that's right here. That doesn't give us much left. All right, cool. I just wanted to see if I had enough to connect the frame rails. We would need 44 inches more, and we definitely don't have that. All right, cool. See, this is the stuff you don't really take into account when you're doing this, when you think about doing this. Like, now, it's very possible that I'm just using too much bracing. But the metal stock that you need to brace stuff is quite, yeah, that metal builds up real quick, dudes. Like, I've probably spent, between all the bracing that I bought, the 3 bigger things and the 4 smaller tubes, probably about $200 worth of bracing here. Metal stock's expensive. It's freaking, yeah, superbly expensive. But whatever, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? All right, I still have some stock over here. I need my level. I'm gonna cut it on the vise over here. We need 3 1/4. Why engineer something is you're not Why engineer something if you're not going to over-engineer it? Yeah. Wish I could get into the aerospace industry now, but no one is willing to let a guy who graduated high school to work with them over the summer relocate to Boca Chica, get a technician's job, prosper. If you don't want to do that, well, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Sorry. Wedgies. Well, EJ, I guess I'm moving. See you later. Just saying. You could. Are you just doing a sarcasm with me, boy? So just bear with me here. I know I got to get a more permanent solution for a camera on this side of the shop, guys. Okay. Cool. I have the thing marked at 3 1/4 for the last bit. I'm going to slice up this metal and then we'll go. one piece down. That one has a hell of a burr on it. Cutoff wheel leaves a ridiculous burr. Okay, cutting the second piece now. Okay, just imagine sparks flying, okay? Just imagine the sparks flying. With your imagination, there's no limit to what you can imagine. Okay, take the cutoff wheel with me. Okay, we're gonna need to switch the cutoff wheel to the wire wheel. But yeah, got our pieces here. I just gotta put these on the grinding wheel to get the burr off. So I'm just gonna do that over here. Okay. Question is the floor level, because you'll never get perfect level. The question is less, is the floor level, because you never get a perfect. The question is if the floor's error off of level is small enough to not compound too hard with the other sources of error to get larger than your 1/4 inch allowable. Yeah. I might have to go buy. So Aqualex, I was thinking about that. You know what we can do? Buy a long piece of metal. But if I can get another one of these things, here. If I can get another one of these, they come in 6 foot. How wide are we right now? We're a little over 6 foot. Okay, here's what we can do. I can go buy another one, right? And we could set it. I'm thinking how I would do this. Adjustable ideally would be good. We could do a captive nut, threaded rod down to the sides. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I could get a bar. We could put a bar right here, have threaded rod on the outsides, right? Have it wider than the frame rails, a bar piece up to the frame rail, up to the leaf spring perch, right? And then I'll have holes in this thing, captive nut through the stock with, put a nut inside of it with threaded rod or a big bolt, and we could twist the bolt till we're level, and then zap it in. That'll work. It's like basically very, very basic frame jig stuff. All right, I'm going on the wheel, the grinding wheel real quick. It's over there. I'll zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm just getting the burr off of this thing. It's not too riveting of content, but You know, that's really hot. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's weird. Hey. Ray's here. Hey, what's going on? Oh, he got double walkies today. I took him around the yard, yeah. I'm sorry? Okay. All right, baby. Thank you. Love you too. Okay. Cool. Just trying to get them flat. There we go. Sweet. We're good. Hi, Brimo. Bye, Brimo. Yeah, this thing's got a nasty freaking burr on it. This thing needs to be grind down. I cut these things a little bit longer than 3 1/4. Got to grind it down on the wheel. That's what I'm doing real quick, guys. Just, yeah, bear with me. It's really freaking hot. Fortunately, working in a pizza kitchen for a long time burnt the nerves off my hands, so that don't matter. You should probably be wearing gloves, though. You do this, if you want to do this. Here we go. Good. Keep a cup of water at the grinding wheel to dunk your parts in for cooling. Oh. Good call, man. We got to quench it. Why, you don't want me to burn my hand like this? That thing's really hot, by the way. You like the sound of the bench grinder spooling up? I was wondering, won't it temper it a little bit? But, yeah. All right, so I got to get in here. Got to get me some good metal, some clean metal to weld to right there. So I'm going to switch the cutting wheel off of the angle grinder, and we're going to put the wire back on. I'm actually thinking about just buying another angle grinder. So we don't have to do this because it saves time. There we go. So what we got to do is we just got, Crap. I was gonna say we gotta get in there and I gotta see if I could fit this thing in here. Nope. Probably should have done that before we put the stupid bar there. Okay. All right, so that's not gonna work. Sandpaper. Gonna need some sandpaper. Because we have to clean off that metal because we're not gonna make a good connection otherwise. Yeah, it's not, it won't weld through the paint. I don't know where all my sandpaper is. That's stupid. That's dumb. Chat, why? You could always file it down. It's a little sketch. It's a little sketch doing that. Dude, I have a palm sander around here, a DA, and I have no idea where the hell it is. Where could that, like, I really wouldn't have put that, really wouldn't have gone far, to be honest with you. I hate doing this. I hate looking for tools on stream. I found sandpaper. It's 320 grit. That'll be good enough. We would ideally need more, but there's not much paint here to sand, so I ain't too worried. Almost got to it. I need like 80 grit, dude. I can't believe my palm sander box has 80 grit in it. I just don't know where the heck it is. It really couldn't have gone far. I thought I would have put it with all my other tools. You know, that would have been the smart thing to do. Wilder than any man. I hate that that's stuck in my head. Oh, there's the palm sander. It's behind the angle grinder. That's 220. I have 220 grit. Yeah, well, it's less than 320, so this should be okay. I don't know why I decided to put this sander by the belt. By the palm sander is by my bench grinder. Not sure why that's a thing, but all right. So 220 is heavier grit sandpaper. The lower the number grit on sandpaper, the more it's going to take off with every pass. So 220 is lower grit than 320. So it's going to take it off. Cool. That's enough to tack. We're good. Let me just clean this off. Get all the paint, dust, and crap out of there. Okay, there we go. Maybe a little more. It's enough to tack it good enough on either side, dude. I ain't worried. It's just got to hold it. That's fine. It doesn't have to be crazy. I have enough to get a good bead on either side. All right. Let's turn the gas back on. Gas is open. Welder's on. Let me get my welding gloves. Yeah, there's enough on either side. It might be hard to tell on camera. I didn't want to, I'm trying to not have as much paint dust as I don't want a lot of paint dust. I'm trying to minimize that. All right, so let me get the level again, just to make sure we haven't moved around too much. Nope, still level. Let's check it again. Check it over here. Yeah, we moved just a smidge. Cool. All right, grounding strap. Close, but not where I'm going to touch it. I spy with my eye evidence of a burnout. Yeah, I needed a good out for to celebrate the engine working on this car. So I give myself a good out. All right, ready?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, not again. Oh, I think I touched it. Why does this happen? I suck. You can come undone now. God, I'm so bad at this. What's he doing right now? I'm making some bracing for my quarter panels, so when we cut the trunk pan out, they don't flop all over the place. I keep grounding out my welder though because I'm an idiot. Cool. Just got to do the other side now. Yeah, I'm making some crappy bracing. Well, not crappy. I'm making bracing to make sure that my quarter panels to under are in the right spot. Now, I know I just welded to the outside of the car. I get it, but there's not a lot of structure left back here. So, see, we're going up and over, and then I need to put this piece in on the other side because I do not need these things moving around. Especially when we cut that trunk pan. You're not an idiot, just inexperienced. Huge difference. Oh, good Lord, that floor is paper. Yeah, that's why I'm bracing. Like, guys, like, I'll be honest, you don't absolutely have to do this. Like, you don't have to do this, but it's going to make it easier for me. And let's be real, I need all the help I can get. See how it's already moving? I don't like that. I don't like that that's moving around that much, but what are you gonna do? I would just use the sander in here, but I was an idiot and put this thing in before I did anything else. Well, the good news is that there's more paint on this side than there is on the other side. The other side, we got down to bare metal very quickly. This side, at least, it's taking a second. All right, that's good enough to get a tack. Let's burn it. Unevenly sprayed car sounds like a Dodge product to you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just putting some weight on the top of this. I just put a bar on the top up there, put some weight on this thing to make sure it's in the right spot. It looks like it may have moved just a smidge. Just drop the magnet. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Okay, we're good. Let's burn. Let's burn. Want to turn up the heat? Slamming. Okay, with less grounding strap contact this time. Are you kidding me? I didn't touch anything. I'm doing something wrong. That shouldn't do that. I'm doing something wrong, guys. Yeah, no, I'm doing something incorrect. I'm convinced at this point. It's not just me touching the grounding strap. That's like 4 or 5 times that's happened. Maybe I don't have the right wire speed or something. Keep in mind, I'm an amateur when it comes to this. I'm learning. I suck at it. Stupid freaking clown. Suck, you stupid clown. I'm gonna up my wire speed a little bit. See if that does it. Tiny bit more amps. Okay. I'll try that too. Because I didn't touch anything that time. It just didn't like it. Okay, resetting the breaker. Turn up the heat for the bar end. Okay, I'll give it a little more power. More power. All right, I upped the wire feed and I upped the voltage just a little bit. There we go. That worked. Maybe I didn't have the settings right. I would not rule that out because I'm still very new to this. Okay, that looks right. Let me let's get at that. Lit some paint on fire. cool. There we go. So now, this won't move at all. See? Nothing. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit of movement. But it's good. That's all. That's all good. It's just 4 tacks, but probably should get at it on the top just to be sure. Ready? That's it, men. Cool. All right, there we go. I'm satisfied with that. All right, dudes. Well, there you go. We got the whole back end of this sucker braced up. The only other thing I'd really like to do is tie it all together. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna shut the welder off for now. Let's close the gas. Good. Gas is closed. Grounding strap is off. Holy trunk pan. You guys have seen this trunk pan before. I've shown it to you on stream. Why is everybody like, oh my God, it's so bad? All of a sudden, you've seen this exact thing. Like, is there something new that I'm missing? It looks the same that it did before to me, you know? Like, now we have an exoskeleton. And now we know our quarter panels aren't going to go anywhere. So that's nice and strong. That's as strong as it was when it was when the rear pan was on it, or when the rear fascia was on it. Can you put the rear valance on hinges and make it like a truck? No, no, no. Unibody, bad idea. Okay. Because, yeah, if you could fit a lot of stuff in here. But she's a unibody, dude. We'd have to build way more structure into the quarters if we were going to do that. Freaking Band-Aid's coming off. Ready? Right on the hair. Ready? Ready? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun taking that off later. Yeah, I guess Aqualux, that makes sense, yeah. All right. Nice and solid. I mean, she's still just a smidge floppy, but that's okay. That's okay, just a little floppy. Get my tape measure off the ground. Did you just use tape as a Band-Aid? No, I used a Band-Aid as a Band-Aid, but it was coming off, so I used tape to adhere it better. Sorry, I didn't mean to burp into the mic. All right, good. Good. The only thing I'm kind of like, meh, how we're going to do this is getting this little patch, crappy patch panel off. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Next step up is duct tape. That, or you know, an actual bandage wrap. I think the painter's tape is adequate. All right, guys, so what was our next step here? The next step was actually pulling the, undoing the leaves, right? That was the next step. Mutt, are you still here, buddy? I think that was the next thing that we were going to do. Take out the exhaust pipes? Nah. The exhaust is a one-piece exhaust, dude. It's one welded thing all the way to the front. That's why I've been avoiding it, or else I already would have taken it off. Does the floor come out now? Raiden, I got to do a couple more things with bracing in terms of like the frame rails. Yeah. Painter's tape came off. And it took the Band-Aid with it. Lovely. That's good. All right, we're good. Yeah. This is cool, though. I'm happy with this. This is pretty sick. There ain't much frame rail back here to use. Okay, well, we got to get this trunk pan out. I'm thinking, give me one sec. I have to get this trunk pan out because I want the trunk pan to come. It's coming later in the week. It's Thursday or Friday. That's what they said. So, yeah, the one real thing left to do is to just brace the frame rails, right? Well, we can brace it on the leaf spring perch. We got to undo the leaf springs off the shackle. That's going to suck. Who knows when the last time those things were off. The bushings are shot on the rear leaf spring shackles too. Just on a side note. What time is it? Okay, we got time. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I just got to go use the restroom real fast. I'll be back. When I get back, we'll try to get at that leaf spring thing. I'm going to soak the leaf spring shackles in PB, and we'll hope that that works. Guess who's back? Back again. Do you have the trunk floor thingy? It's coming. It's coming. All right, let's roll. So, we got to get those leaf springs out. And yeah. Sweet. Let's put on the gloves. The wrenching gloves, not the welding gloves. Those are different. And we gotta go.
Tranquility Base
Oh no.
The Eagle has landed.
What country has the worst music? Singapore.
Hi, Geeson. How are you? All right. So we got to attempt to get those leaf spring shackles apart. Let me lower the camera, see if I can get the camera to a point where you guys will be able to see it. All right. I'm trying to get you guys into a spot where there's no God rays. So we'll go with the light coming from the door and put you guys over here. There we go. Fortunately, because the quarter panel's missing, you guys can have a perfect shot of this. It's great. It just works. You know, there's a lot of it missing, so it's fine. All right. It just works. It just works is Todd Howard. He was, what was he describing? Starfield? It just works. Or no, Fallout 76. Todd Howard's a video game developer for Bethesda. He is kind of like the brainchild behind like some of the later Fallout games. He's not the brainchild of Fallout. That's Obsidian. I know that. And he was talking about how they took Quake and Fallout, they took the Quake and Fallout engines and combined them together. And he's like, we combined them together and it just worked. And then Fallout 76 ended up being one of the worst Fallout games ever made. At least at release. At release it was, yeah. At release it sucked. It got better though, from what I understand. I haven't played it since. It just works. It just works. All right, so we got to get that bolt off. I'm going to go ahead and guess most of the bolts back here are 3/4. So I'm going to get my 3/4 wrench out because we ain't getting a socket up there. And well, we might be able to. I might be able to get the big bar on it. Hold on. Who is that? Who was that subbing in there? Catch Sing, what's up? Todd Howard turned it into a newt. It got better. All right, so our suspension is on jack stands. It is unloaded. I'm getting my safety glasses on here. All right, so see this sucker? We got to get at that. I think it's... I was going to say, I think it's 3/4, but it's hard to say. Nope. It's down from 3/4. Huh. 11/16 is the size down from there. So I always tighten first. Give it a little turn on the tightening, and then try to loosen it. If you do, it comes right off. Everybody says you can't be stuck if it's liquid. Bro, just tighten it first. Only got one. I can't fit the socket or the wrench up in there, so we're gonna need an 11/16 wrench. If the vehicle lowers at all, will this wreak havoc on your steel supports? Yeah, pretty much. I don't think that it will, though. We're on the frame. Oh no. You might be right, dude. Oh, crap. Well, that's the stupid tax, Mason. So what happens if it does lower? I think we're on the jack stands, but I can see daylight through one of the jack stands that's holding up the frame. Hold on. Well, does this jack stand move? Yep. Frick. What do we do? That was stupid of me. Well, did I just find the hole in the Death Star? Yep. Chalk this one up to inexperience. Well, good thing you asked, though, because I would have done that, and this whole thing would have bent the quarters. It would have bent them up. We got to leave it. We got to leave it as is, dudes. Can't move it. It's standing on the small stands now. The small stands that are under the rear end, these are just holding stuff in place. They're not moving. Let me just tighten this thing back up so I don't lose the nut. Guys, we're gonna have to put it in place where it is. I should have thought about that. The right move would have been to just take the rear end out, but once again, I was like, no, we don't need to. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. No, it won't. All right, that's good enough. Those leaf spring shackles are gonna need to be replaced anyway eventually. They're very rusty and The bushings are shot. So now what do we do? What are you going to replace the floor with? Another floor. Are they easy to come by? Yeah, Fred. A new floor is about 270 bucks for the stamping. Should be coming soon. Yeah, it can replace the entire floor. Like, I'll just explain this. I end up explaining this like once an episode, but that's okay. It's fine. I like talking about this car. That's why I'm working on it. So, this is a '69 Coronet 500. It's on Chrysler's B platform. Chrysler made a lot of cars on the B platform. Plymouth Belvedere, Plymouth Satellite, Plymouth GTX, Plymouth Roadrunner, Dodge Daytona. What else? GTX was on there. Dodge Charger, '69 Charger, same chassis. It's the same car. So because '69 Chargers are so popular, or second generation Chargers are so popular because of Fast and the Furious, Dukes of Hazzard, and then them just being an insanely cool car, there's tons of parts. There's tons of aftermarket support for this 50 plus years on. So yeah, dude, Fred, they make enough metal for this thing to build one from scratch. Oh yeah, you build one from scratch, dude. Uncle Bill, 68 Satellite was your first car. Nice. Is it a Super B? This is not a Super B. This is just a Coronet 500. We could make it into a Super B eventually. But in order to do that, we need a chassis that's not Swiss cheese. Guys, my gut's telling me to just put bracing underneath the frame rails and we'll see what happens. What do you think? First car is a '79 Thunderbird. Nice, dude. Nice. Yeah, I can't, well, our plan was to drop the rear end to get it out of the car, but I did all that bracing on the back. I did all the bracing on the back of the damn thing, and I thought we were on jack stands, but we weren't. That was me being lazy yesterday, and that's one thing that I'm really, really, really starting to learn with this is that you cannot be lazy. You have to do it right, or else or else you're gonna make more problems later. And that more problems later is exactly where we're at right now. So, that's good. Let's check some stuff. How am I going to do this? No. You know what? let's put it on the trunk cross member. The trunk cross member is level. So there's a, I'll show you. Let me flip cameras.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Order of operations. Frankly, I don't think your quarters need to be tied to the floor. Yeah, we could probably maybe get rid of it. The reason why I wanted to do that, dude, is for when we go to cut this out, we put the new pan in, we put the new extensions in, we should find a place for the quarters to live, you know? And then when the rear cross member comes in, it all ties together. And then once the rear sill plate is back in, I'll get rid of all the bracing. We don't need it anymore. If we're gonna patch the quarters, yeah, this is only for doing the trunk pan and stuff and making sure that stuff doesn't move. That's it. That's all it's there for. But I really want to get the trunk pan off today, dudes. Yeah, I really want to get it out. And I don't want to have to worry about the stupid quarter panels moving around. So here's the thing. Here's what I noticed. Look, we're on the trunk pan cross member, which I know is straight, and the car is super level. Believe it or not, this rusty hunk of poo-poo is still pretty friggin' level. And that tells me that at least out to there, the frame rails are true, which is pretty good. That one's pretty good. I need my smaller level. Frickin' Mason with your damn smarts, you son of a bitch. That's level. Frame rail's a little bit higher than the leaf spring perch. That's pretty level too. I just want to know why I was the first to ask or notice. Is chat sleeping? I don't know. We can rebuild it stronger, better, faster. You jacked up the rear axle yesterday. Can you drop it again to see if you're level? If you are, then the gap isn't a big deal. 1/4 inch tolerance, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. Doing this is a freaking roller coaster. It's a roller coaster of emotions, doing this the first time. It's ridiculous. I mean, we can always just slice this. We can always just slice it and not anchor it to the ground. As long as it's anchored on this and we know that this is all straight, yeah, we could just slice it and then we won't have this problem. Do we want to do that? I mean, yeah, this is all, guys, that's all straight. right? We measured that. That's all straight. If we zap that off right there, this all stays completely true, right? Like, if we hack this right here, just hack it off right there, we got here to here to here to here. That, it's not triangulated, but that should be enough. That should be enough to hold that thing in place. And that'll fix that problem completely. We don't have to worry about it. But it also holds the structure. It holds the structure for the quarters. But then again, this one being up against the ground is what's holding it, is what's keeping it strong. That thing going to the ground is what's holding that damn thing in place. I'm thinking, I want to get the trunk pan out. We got to get the trunk pan out today. It has to be out. Frame is an issue. Well, the frame rail. Actually, the frame rails, like I said, believe it or not, despite the Swiss cheese back here, it seems pretty good. These auto streams are a lot of labor, guys. I might have to start streaming earlier so we can get more wrench time in, because once again, I want this done. I'm pretty sure you guys wouldn't mind that. Take your time and do it right. Well, that's something I'm really learning. So what's the right way? What's the right way? The right way is to put a bar between the frame rails right here. That's the right move. We need them to make sure that they're straight, right? What's left of them. They have to be straight. And then we need down once the rear end is out, right? Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, Hellfish, you're right. We can, once we index the rear cross member and get that back in with the trunk extensions, that pretty much shows exactly where it'll show us exactly where the quarter needs to be, as long as that's all straight, right? Am I thinking about that correct? And once the rear cross member is back in, guys, I'm not worried about back here. That's the structural part. This is the part that matters, not those. So, all right, here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna hack those off like what we said. I'll keep the top piece because it'll help me kind of figure out where everything is. That could be useful somehow. Just pissed, I kind of wasted a lot of metal stock making those. We can use the hacked off bits as the downwards, and then I have another thing left. We could use that for the crossbar. Yeah, that's the plan. That's what we should do. All right. You're learning. Unfortunately, wasting steel will happen. Stupid tax, man. Yep, that's the stupid tax. I'm not worried. Okay. We need a cross brace here. Cross brace needs to be about 33 and a half. This frame rail at this point right here is 26 and a half. And what's left of this frame rail the bottom of this would be like right. It's 27. This frame rail's low. This frame rail's low, guys, by a half inch. That's the second time it showed up. First time I did it off the leaf spring perch. 26 and a half. Again. 27. Left frame rail's low. Yeah, there's really no getting around that. Which is weird because everything is level. Okay, let's hack the sides off and lower that rear end. Let's see if that changes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm gonna zip this off. I'll zip the other side off. We'll get it right. Hey, Wolfpack, 74 months is the floor level. Everything looked level on the floor, which is weird. But, hey, Tiberius, would taking the back seat out help to access the front of the trunk pan? Oh, the interior's long gone, dude. There ain't no back seat in this. The only interior in this are the door cards and the dashboard. That's it. Front seats out, rear seats out, seat backs out. No, the stock doesn't need to be chopped if you tack to the bottom of the rails. What are you saying? Go underneath to whatever post piece I put here? Go like that? The front end looks higher than the rear. It's pretty damn straight, dude. Don't. Yeah, we could do that. But either way, I got to get the jack under there. We got to let this thing down, and we got to see if this stuff moves. So let me get my grinder out, and I'll leave some room. Aqualex, we'll leave a little bit. I'll leave enough to get underneath here. Actually, you know what, dude? We can make that later. I need enough to get up to the frame rails at least. So I need at least here, which is unfortunate because I need down. Yeah, don't worry about this. I got this. Let me get my grinder out. I know what I need to do. We've formulated a plan. Now I need to formulate my grinding wheel into my hands. I have the wrench, I have the cutting disc. There's the wrench, there's the drill, there's the reciprocating saw. It's on the couch, okay. Cool. Basically, you need the car to load the suspension and be on the frame jack stand at the same time. It's pretty damn close for what it's worth. Can I move these things? Hold on. Can I move this jack stand? Okay, so the left rear frame rail jack stand is load bearing right now. The right one is not. Are they at the same place? They are in the exact same spot. Cool. Okay. I don't understand what's going on with the suspension though, dudes. This should load up. We should have loaded up the suspension. All right, I got to get the rear end up in the air either way. This is why frame jigs are used. Dude, I know. I can't afford a frigging frame jig right now, man. I can't afford the metal stock. Metal is too expensive because everything is expensive right now. I would love to have made a frame jig. That would have made this a lot freaking easier, and I understand that. But I don't have the money right now. I need that. And I'm not asking for money either. I'll get it sooner and later in time, but I also want to get this done. So it's a trade-off, and it's a trade-off that I made. All right. Let's go up. Go up one tick with that thing. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4 ticks up in the air on that jack stand. One, two, three, 4 ticks up on this jack stand. And we are up off the frame rail. Okay. All right, coming down. Let's see what happens. Well, we're off of the frame rail jacks. There's too much weight out of the back, Hellfish. That's the problem. It's too much weight out the back. One, two, three. We took too much weight out of the back of the car. The springs won't compress fully. All right, I gotta let it down again. Let's see if my posts get all screwed up. That's weird. Why would that do that? Both of the posts are off of the ground, question? They're just barely off of the ground, dude. Is the engine penduluming the whole car? No. No, it's not. Huh. Can you rear weld the tail back on? Well, yeah, of course. No, I'm going to drive it around like this. I got to rebuild the structure before I put the back on. Like. All right, there's one last thing I got to try. We're up off the deck. I'm going to take the stands out. I want to see what happens. This could screw it up. It's all right. If anything, it'll just bend a little bit. Rear end's hanging. We're on the frame jack stands. Let me just check. Oh no. Oh, crap. It's on 3 stands. Yeah, it's on 3, which means this thing right here is very much under tension, but it didn't break. It is holding it in place, which is pretty sick. It means the back of the car is propped up on those 2 frickin' metal things. That my lattice is holding the back end of the car up, which is crazy, but that is working. Well, if you guys were wondering if I built that strong enough, yes, we did. It is quite actually holding the back of the car up. Not so much on this side. Huh. You hate being right. Well, the rear end's just hanging right now, dude. It's just hanging out. What I'm worried about, though, is that we're not on the jig. Or not jig, we're not on the stands. That's crazy, because that's basically the position that it was with the jack stands under the rear end. Which means my measuring was pretty damn good. That's actually pretty cool. That's holding the back end of the car up, though. Probably don't want to keep it like that, but that still is pretty neat. That looks dangerous. What looks dangerous? Bro, everything that we're doing here is kind of crazy. Where the frame ends at off the ground? That's a good question. Let's check. I'm gonna guess that this one is 26 and a half. Nope. No, we're up in the air more. This is 26 and 3/4, give or take. This one is 26 and 3/8. Oh. Yeah, the left frame rail's low, dudes. Left frame rail's real low. Not by much. It is low, though. You know what we could do? If we cut 2 pieces of metal stock, right? Cut 2 pieces of metal stock at don't drop it, idiot. Man, this side went up and that side went down. Get it to sit on the jack stands and not the scaffolding. Yeah, we gotta hack these things out. I gotta hack that out because we don't want load bearing from the quarter panels. I need to hack this out and I need to put this bar right here. You know, that's good to know. That's really confidence inducing though, because that shows that my welds are pretty friggin' good for amateur, you know. Well, let's say, you know what, pretty freaking good is not right. Let's say they're good enough, okay? All right, we're going under the rear end again. Okay. All right, let's unfortunately hack this off. I'm gonna hack it off basically aligned with the quarter right there. I'm gonna get the cutting wheel, zip that off, zip the other one off, and then we'll let it down on jack stands and we'll measure the frame again. Should have done this first. But once again, like I said, that's the stupid tax. That's the stupid tax, dudes. That's on me. It's on me. I'm learning. This is the precise reason why I wanted to buy this 4-door, or why I wanted to do a lot of work on this 4-door car. Because if I was sitting here screwing up a 69 Coronet 318 matching numbers coupe, that would be like burning a hole in my wallet. At least I'm burning a hole in the wallet here, and you know, we're burning it on learning, not on ruining a freaking car. If we ruin this, no one cares. If we ruin this, no one's gonna give a frick. No one cares about the 4-doors. So, good, great, grand. Let me get my safety glasses on. All right. Sparks are gonna fly. We'll put the hearing protection in. That's one. That's 2. Come on, let's get them. All right. Now I got these for, I got those for holding it up later. So let's let her down. Get this thing on the rear jacks. The frame is tweaked. Yeah. We're still on 3 jack stands. So it was not my scaffolding that was holding this up. Not at all. No. No, the frame's tweaked. We're on 3 jack stands right now. Your new haircut makes you look younger. Thanks, man. This is not great, Bob. Not great, Bob. (26 7/8). (26 3/8). Frame's bent. Frame's bent. Yeah, it's bent. Well, it's bent in the way it is right now. We're not true at all. Everything's out of whack.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We know that the whole chassis is flexing because the right front door isn't. Oh dear. I got to get jacks up under the front of this car. The stands in the same spot on both sides? Yeah. Yeah, Mutter. Yeah, they are. I think the front of the car is bending. Oh. Yeah, so my jack stands are very much in the right spots, front and rear. They're in the same spots. They're in the spots that it would pick up on it from the factory. They're on basically the frame jig parts, but here, let me shut the fan. The front of this car is hanging. right now, currently. It's hanging out. Oh boy. And I think that the front hanging is tweaking the back a little bit. Because the reason why is we don't have structure in the center of the car. I hope I didn't bend too much down here. Everything looks okay. You know, when we started, all 4 of these jack stands were carrying load. We got to get jacks under the front of this car. Yeah, we got to do that. I wonder how much the torsion bar cross member being bent out of whack is causing you pain here. It's a big problem, RB. Yeah, it's a big problem. Okay, the only other thing I can think of is put it back down on its wheels. Get it off the stands. Put it on its wheels. Put it on the wheels and put it at ride height and remeasure everything. What do you think, dudes? We got to put the shocks back in, yeah. This is a Dodge Coronet. I call it a crew cab Charger because it's on the same chassis. It's the exact same thing as a 69 Charger, but it has 4 doors. It even has the Coke bottle body styling, just like the real one, just like the Charger does. Suspension is going to move when you remove weight. I advocated for that early on, but I'm not sure I worry about the shocks. And guys, it's also possible that this thing was just bent. The frame was just bent. I mean, the frame rail's rusty. It may have just fallen out of whack over time. Maybe if we did less burnouts with it, it wouldn't have tweaked it as much. This thing is moving? What does less burnouts mean? Yeah. It's not out by a lot, guys. It's out, we're talking that much. That's not a lot. That's almost within factory spec, which is frankly not too bad. The car's pretty straight, dude. I got it. Yeah, we got it. We got to get jacks under the front of the car. Oh, nice, Sig. There you go. That's cool. Floor could be a tick out of flat too. I think that might have a little bit to do with it. The floor is pretty level, but it's not exact. Which is why when we jacked the car up, I made sure the car was level and not the, you know. It also could be a low spot in the floor, dudes. Because once again, remember, we put stuff on the trunk pan. I still have my level here on the crossbar on the trunk, and it's dead center. It's dead center level. The floor isn't perfect. It's close. It's good enough. It'd be good enough to put, like, I'd be confident putting jack stands down and it wouldn't be a big deal. Can we measure the floor in a few spots? That amount is easily fixable. Yeah, rarest. I'm not getting overwhelmed like I was the other day. This is just me. Just got to figure out how to do it. Figure out how to bring it back. Now, let me see. What's the maximum height on this jack stand? Can we get the jack stands up on the K-member? I could, with some cribbing, like you guys said before. We could also put it on the lower control arm. We send it on the lower control arm. That shouldn't be too bad. In fact, loading up the front suspension might not be the stupidest idea. I don't know. Let me think. Red Munchkin Raid, what's going on, dude? Have we cut out any more pieces of the car today? No. Red Munchkin, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm thinking.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What kind of sandwich do you eat on the floor? Below knee.
Most welcome. Looks like you made a jig. I made something back here to hold the quarter panels in place because there wasn't a lot holding it in place. Now, Red, we're running into a little bit of a problem. The problem that we're running into, well, I have the car up on 4 jack stands, right? The 4 jack stands are at the identical spots left and right on either side of the car. And the strange thing is that my back right jack stand is not holding anything up. It's not load bearing, which means that the frame's bent to an extent. It's not the worst, but it is bent. Now that could be, it's possible that it's bent just because of the way we have the car jacked up right now, because there's not a lot of structure in it to begin with. We just have to figure out a way to configure the jack stands to get this thing aligned. That shouldn't be too hard. We got a challenge, dudes. We got a challenge. But is it 4:45 already? Oh no. Dude, doing this metal work on a car burns time like worse than Factorio, dudes. I swear, it burns time worse than Factorio. I've never seen that. Like, we're really getting into the nitty-gritty work, right? It only seems like I've been here for a couple hours. I've been here for 4.5 already. Wow. Streaming, make it twice as long. For sure. Maybe I should just suck it up, guys, and get the frame and make a frame jig. But even if I made a frame jig, like, so what? What is the car gonna bend itself into the jig? Even if I did make it? You know? I don't know. The garage floor is pretty level, but it's very clear that it's not exact. So, one of two things is going on here. Either my floor isn't totally level,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
and the car is actually rigid enough to pick itself up off this jack stand. Because look, ready? Which means the frame is super rigid, and that's really good for us. Or my floor is pretty damn level, and the car is bent. It's one or the other. And if the car is bent, we got a little bit of a problem. Are you aware how to use water to roughly check over a large area? Yeah. Do the pose of the thinker, it might help. Is the radiator support level? Yeah, I can check. I think it's the car, guys, to an extent, because watch what happens when I open this door. Did you see that? See that? It has to like bend into the striker, which means the front right of the car is tweaked just a little bit, which is understandable because the torsion bar cross member is not happy. See that? That means the front is sagging a little bit. It's not much, once again, not much, but it could be enough to throw the back out of alignment completely. I'm thinking, okay, all right, I think I got this. I think what we should do, so I have 6-ton jack stands that are underneath the thing, right? And then we have 2-ton jack stands. Now, these are good for 4,400 pounds. This car does not weigh 4,400 pounds. One of these can hold this thing up. So what I'm thinking we should do, I was trying to see if this thing had the reach of my 6-ton, but it doesn't. You can't go that high. I was thinking we could put this thing down. Well, yeah. Wait a minute. We could put this thing down on. We could get the 2-ton jack stands, put the 2-ton jack stands in the position of the 6-ton jack stands, have the 2-ton jack stands at basically maximum extension, right? It'll lower the car a couple of inches. It's not a big deal, right? And then use the 6-ton jack stands, which have way more reach. They're way taller. We can put those on the front and put those on the rear. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I have to Chinese fire drill my jack stands. What could have caused the frame tweak accidents? Rust. Rust and driving it, well, it's rusty. It's rusty, Tiberius. This thing looks like the Titanic. It looks like it was sitting next to that Ford Woody that they found on the on that aircraft carrier a couple weeks ago. Use the floor jack on the left front a 1/4 inch and see if the right rear touches. Oh, nice, Aqualex. Yeah, we could, yeah. I know we're close. The floor is close enough. It's pretty damn flat, but I know it's not like liquid level. I know because when I leaked transmission fluid, it leaked off to the side. It went this way a little bit. Acknowledge me, dinner alert. I'm a little busy, but let me do, I'm going to swap around the jack stands. That'll get us the 6-ton jack stands in the back, and we might just be able to hold the car up with the jack stands out back. So let's get these frickin' things off the ground. Okay, we're up off the deck. Now let me just check something. Can this thing, does it have enough reach to get all the way up here? Nope. If we lowered it, it could do it. I'd have to lower the entire car. Let's do that. Okay. Got to do this without getting underneath the stupid thing. Let me get my another set of jack stands. Oh, that was stupid. Hold on one sec. All right, I'm going to lower this back down. We'll lower it onto the smaller jack stands. Okay, we're on the lower jack stands. Good. Does this thing get there? Nope, still doesn't get there. That's okay. I'm going to swap the lower stands on the front. Give me one sec, dudes. Oh, wow. Yes, front end was sagging, guys. I did 3 or 4 pumps on the jack and the car did not lift up off the jack stands. Okay, well, now we know. Now we know exactly what it is. The front was sagging. Now, does this door go back into alignment? Yes, it does. Boom! There we go. Oh. It was just the way we had the car jacked up. Now measure. Now I got to put the jack stands in. Give me one sec. Okay, that's one. Okay, so we were right. That's actually huge. We were correct in thinking the front was sagging a little bit. That's really good for us. Okay, front jack stands are aligned. What I'm going to do is take my big 6-tonners, jack stands that are up at the front, and I'm going to let the car down slowly. Okay. Now I know that we're on the front jacks. We're load bearing on the front. We're load bearing on the front, but with no sag. Now let me measure out back. Now let's take a look. Let me just see if I can peek down there. Are we on all 4 jack stands? Yep. All right. So this is going to be completely different than what we are before, what it was before, because we are because we lowered the car a little bit. 25. The bottom of the rust on the frame rail is basically at 25 1/4. What is it over here? 24 3/4. Huh. Yeah, frame's tweaked. Just a little bit though. It's not too bad. Make sure the tape is straight. Okay. I'll measure it again. Yeah, 24 3/4 over here. Oh, I read this wrong before. 25 1/8. Yeah. 25, it's 25 1/8, dude. 24 3/4 over there, 25 1/8. So what are we, 3/8 off? That's actually not bad considering the amount of rust. That's like that much, dude. Let me just check something. I'm gonna load up the jack on the front just a little bit. Okay. My jack's still holding the front of the car up, but we're on the jack is on the K member in the front, and the 2 jack stands are on the frame rails. I just want to measure this one more time. That's 25 1/4. That's what I thought. And this one is 24 3/4. Yeah. Yeah, we're out by a 1/2 inch. The left frame rail's low. Not by much. Like I said, 1/2 inch. That's about 12 mil. It's not a lot, but yeah, it's bent. This is the frame rail. I know it's the left frame rail, guys, because this frame rail is the one that has rust. So it may have sagged a little bit. And that hasn't been connected to the cross member for a long time. So over time, rust and corrosion would have, you know, made it sag a little bit, I think. And the real question is, what do we do? We gotta get it right. Now you have to go out, get food, go on get. Yeah, I know. I'm just... balls. Actually, you know what? Let me test something, just to be sure. I just want to see. Does the door open and close correctly? Yep. We're straight. Yeah. Okay, so this is all straight, which is good. Yep, all 4 doors closed correctly. Sweet. Well, that's good to know. How the hell do I fix that? Yeah, how the hell do we fix that? Are you going to electrical tape the door latches? Why would I do that? No, let me finish, guys. Okay, I want to get this right. Old Mopar trick to stop door rattle. You know, I need to see something. I need to see it. I'm curious. One last thing. This might be a stupid idea. So, I'm gonna jack up that leaf spring post with the jack. I wanna see what happens. I just wanna see if how much play we have there. I'm not gonna try to hold the whole damn car up by it.
Go with throttle up.
Go with throttle up. Who was that? Yeah, we gotta jack that up. Who's that? Montblanc, 41-month resub. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. I gotta get my big jack stands up here. I'm trying to think where I can hold this thing up from additionally. Maybe on the core support.
Discovery, go with throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Yeah, we could probably get it on the core support just to prevent it from sagging. Okay. Give me one sec, dudes. Oh, okay. I'm just finding a way to brace this thing with the big jack stands. There we go. There. Okay. Front of the car is up on stands, dudes. We're good. And we're also on the, did it move at all back here? We're also on the, we have 2 jack stands up at the core support, 2 on the frame rails on the front, 2 on the front, 2 on the frame rails on the back. Who was that? Was it, Mondblanc had a tier 3 41 monther? Damn, dude. You upgraded to tier 3? Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Merci, merci. Oh, that's pretty cool. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Whoa, wait, what's that coming down the pipe? Strategy 00 with the prime sub. Thank you. Thanks, man. It's always been a tier 3, but for some reason it changed it to a tier 1. Oh, well, thanks, man. I believe you. That's weird. Yeah, it said a tier 1 and then a tier 3 right after that. But all right, let's put a piece of wood on the jack and put a piece of wood on the stand, right? And okay, we're tension. Let's measure where we're at right now before we do this. Okay? So, right now, where we're at with everything where it is, once again, 25 1/4 over here, which is where it was before. Hold on. I got to move the jack out of the way.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
24 3/4. All right. So that means the jack stands up at the front, didn't let the front end sag. That means I got it right because the front of the car is being hoisted, so that means it didn't change. So here we go. Who is that? Mondblanc gifted subs. Thanks, man. I'm trying to get this done quick before I have to go eat food. Okay. So we're up on the leaf spring post here. Okay, can we go up with this? Yep, there's your sag. There it is. Did you see it? Watch. Watch closely. Ready? Yep, no structure back here. All right. Watch it go up and down. Ready? Yep. See it? Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'm gonna get at this from the side. I'm gonna get at it from the side again, dudes. $24 3/4. Now, if we do this right, I should be able to jack this all the way up. Should be able to get these frame rails aligned. That's 25. What's the other one? This one is still at 25 1/4. It hasn't moved. Oh man, that thing was way out of whack. Okay, good news and bad news. Bad news is our frame rail's bent. Our left rear frame rail is bent. That's the bad news. The good news is that that is nothing that we did. That's been like that for a very long time. The second that the trunk extension separated from the quarter, this thing started to sag. It's been like that forever. And we know about it. Why are you only lifting it at one point? Figure out where it's pivoting first. That moved way too much. Most likely has to do with the hole in the frame rail on the up here. It's not pivoting way too much. It's just not connected into anything, dude. There's no structure. The frame. This is not a frame rail. What do you mean it's bent too much? It's not bent too much. It's not connected to anything. We have a unibody. There's nothing. That's just the way that is, man. Don't worry, guys. This is not a big deal. Like, we're still on the jack stands, right? Hold on. Let me just make sure we're on the rear frame rail jack stands. Yep. Front frame rail. Yep. Front left core support. Yep. Front right core support. Yep, that's under load. Front right frame rail. Rear right jack stand. Yep. Yeah, that's it, dude. Okay, so what does that mean? Why did I just check that? What does that mean in plain English? Well, it's just the back left is sagging. That's it. That's the only thing that's sagging. The rest of the car, believe it or not, with the exception of a little bit, with the exception of a little bit up front, it's just the back of the car that's sagging. But with that basically proves that. We know that the jack stands are holding this up, and we know that it's straight because the doors open and close. They open and close with no effort. It's straight. The car is straight right now, at least from about here forward. We have no structure in the back. The back left frame rail is drooping down a little bit. It's drooping down a little bit because it frankly hasn't been connected into anything for probably about 45 years. Maybe not 45 years. Let me think. 25, 31 years. Yeah. It hasn't been connected to anything for 31 years. Yeah. That's the problem. Drink man. All right, cool. No, I got a bit of pollen from outside. I got a wind gust. And we got a bit of pollen. So, that proves that it's just the back. Just this part of the car. It's just that frame rail. Do you know how else we know? Do you know how else we know for a fact? We took measurements. We blueprinted all of this. Remember all of it? We blueprinted everything. It was straight. It was straight, and it was a 1/16 of an inch tolerance on the left quarter. We knew that the left quarter was out a 1/16 of an inch, but everything back here was perfect. Everything back there was straight. Right? So that tells me the back left frame rail has been sagging for some time. That proves it. Unless my logic about this is incorrect, that frame rail's been sagging for a long time. It hasn't been connected to anything. It was completely gone when I got the car. I know because I looked in there and said, I can see the ground through the trunk. That's great. Cool. Guys, I'm happy with that. Could you leave pressure with the jack and heat or weld it? Well, Tiberius, here's the thing. Here's what we can do. This is why it was the burnout. You might be right. But the burnout was on the back right wheel because it's got a limited slip. So actually, it would have squatted to the left, wouldn't it? Whatever. It may have been. I may have bent it. It's okay. It's okay because we can bend it back. There. So here's what we can do. We'll get the pan out. Get the pan out. Take our measurements. Take our measurements again once we get the pan out. Make sure that these two frame rails are flush, right? Rebuild the structure, rebuild the rear cross member, trunk extensions, right? And that basically, these quarter panels being in this spot will help us locate everything, right? The rear sill, when we put that back in, we can locate everything to the rear sill. And if the rear sill lines up with these edges that we braced, we're good to go. Basically, yeah, it's just sagging, that's all. We still have to patch it as well. But that's it. Unless I didn't do this right, we know there's some sag up at the front of the car because we have to rebuild structure up there as well, right? We know there's some sag up there. Dinner, I got it. I got it, guys. I get it. It's dinner time. I get it. Stop. I need to make sure I get this right in my head. Food can wait. Please. I get it, bros. I'm not about to pass up food any more than the next guy. We have to get this right. It has to be right. It can't not be right. Hyperfocus, please. Oh, Jesus Christ. Frick all you guys. I'll do it on my own time. Whatever.
What? What are you still here for? I'll do this. I said I'll do it on my own time. Go away. What are you still here for? I'm busy. All right. That's all what I wanted to see. Cool. I'll go grab a bite and then we'll I don't know, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to come back, keep working on this? We saw new parts for a new version of Starship that has refueling paraphernalia on it. In-flight refueling paraphernalia. Maybe we can talk about that. I kind of want to get the bracing done here though. RDR2 because MSC tonight. That, no. Yeah, what I was just checking there in a moment of silence there so I could clear my frigging head. Yeah, it's the frame rail. The frame rail's sagging just a little bit. It's sagging because it's connected into nothing. It's connected into nothing. That's all. What I was doing is I was moving it up and down. I'm watching the rest of the car. I'm watching the suspension. I'm watching the frame rails. I'm watching to see if rust starts dripping from, starts coming out of different spots of the car. I'm watching the jack stands, make sure we don't move it. It's just the back of the frame rail wasn't connected
Discovery,
in. That's
go and
all.
throttle up.
We can repair it. The rear cross member will help me triangulate everything. We have to put the up-down braces, though, on this, guys. We got to put the up-down braces. Yeah, that has to be a thing. Once we get the up-down braces in there and brace the frame rails against the floor, the floor is more or less level. I could make something to ensure that we are perfectly level, but honestly, I could just put the level on the ground. It's pretty damn close. This is a 2-foot long level, which is almost the distance between the rails, and the bubble is well in the center. It is a little bit off, just a smidge. It's not by much, maybe like less than a 1/16 of an inch. Yeah. So what we're going to have to do, what we could do is just leave it on the jack. We can leave it on the jack with a piece of wood. I'll get my big floor jack out of here, and we'll put it on a smaller jack. And just leave it. I'd prefer to put bracing on it just to be absolutely sure. But in order to do that, I have to make sure that we're perfectly true to the other frame rail. Make sure that everything is nice and copacetic under here. And that's really going to require drilling the floor. We got to get rid of the floor, which ultimately was my objective today, but I'm a little bit annoyed we didn't get a lot done, but it's okay. We made this cool quarter panel jig, which is pretty sweet. Now we just got to make one for the rails. We got to make one for the frame. Yep. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. I needed to get that right in my head. I needed to understand that. We got to put our jigs in. We got to put everything into correctly. We got to compare that against the blueprint drawings. Because our car, we can get drawings of the frame and where everything sits relative to stock ride height. May need a new frame rail. That frame rail does have a hole in it, James. If we patch the frame rail with a plug weld when the frame rail is jacked up into the right position, and then we put the new floor in when it's jacked up into the right position, shouldn't be a problem. If we need a new frame rail, we need a new frame rail. That would suck. But if we're gonna do that, I'm doing both of them. But I don't think we do. The vast majority of that frame rail is pretty damn good. We just got to patch, like heavy duty patch, a couple of spots. They make frame rail caps, guys. They make those. You can buy them. A lot of restorers have cap on the rail. so you don't have to worry about it. But either way, we got to get the floor out. We have to get at that floor. I have to see what's underneath these frame rails, or I have to see what's inside of them to see if there's any more spots for rust. I don't think there is. I mean, there's obviously that one spot up at the front left, but on the rear frame rail, it's just a small patch. It's less than a golf ball. Well, it's actually about the size of a golf ball. That shouldn't be enough to weaken it, though, like completely. If we have to replace it, we have to replace it. That would suck. I just played it with some square tubing. Yeah, pretty much. How much are new rails? They're not expensive. It's just we're just gonna get boned on the freight charge again. But if that's the way she goes, man, that's the way she goes. You know, I said at this project that this car is way too far gone. No one in the right mind would try to rebuild this. It's not worth it. If it was a two-door, it'd be worth it. But yeah, that's ringing true more and more. But I'm learning. I'm learning a ton here, and I'm learning how to do this right. We're learning how to do it right, you know, and we're doing it without a frame jig, which is pretty cool. Yep. Plate the hole with a piece of flat steel, plug weld the hole on the other side. Yeah, it'll be easier if we can get at it from the top, dude. So, yeah, we got to get the trunk pan out, which is, like, once again, that's really what I wanted to do today. But we made a cool jig, and I got some seat time on the welder, which is fantastic. And now my quarter panels are nice and rigid. The quarter panels are super rigid, which is great. That's not moving. That ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Sorry, brain stopped going for a second. Yeah, we're going to have to get the bracer bars underneath this. We should compare the stock ride height, where everything locates, plus or minus the amount that we have the car up in the air, and then get the frame rail to the whatever it should be correctly. So, here, look. So that's with the car at stock ride height. Oh, those aren't. The gauge hole area. Going nowhere. You're freaking going nowhere. Freaking wham. Oh, yeah. Open the thumbnail. Yeah, great. Good. Whatever. Yeah, that doesn't really help. That's not showing me a ride height, per se. Okay. Go eat. Again? Dude, whatever. All right. Bye.
Discovery, go at throttle up.